Keep in mind this story happened over the span of only a month and a half, and everything happened quite quickly. For context, my name will be June, and his name will be Luis. His mom is Dora. This is a story I've only ever told a handful of people, and I'll try to be as clear and accurate as I can. This happened just over a year ago, but obviously, I can't remember everything perfectly. I know I made mistakes, and I'll probably mention it a few times, but honestly, I've criticized my own decisions a million times over, and it's just not useful to think about what I could have done differently at this point. So please just be respectful. Okay, so here's a story about a year ago. I had just gone through a bad breakup. He dumped me over text on Valentine's Day, and after having been together for quite a while, this was quite a shock. I was absolutely devastated and felt pretty bad about myself. It only took about 2 weeks before I was looking for another boyfriend, more or less a rebound guy. That's when I met Luis. We met on Tinder and instantly hit it off. I was in my first year of university studying biology, and he was in his first year at a different university studying history. He was smart, friendly, and had a lot of common interests. He was giving me some weird vibes at first, but maybe it was that he seemed a bit desperate. Honestly, I was too, after my bad breakup, so I didn't think much of it. After only a few days of talking, he asked me to go on a date with him to a play. I was actually really excited because that sounded like such an interesting date idea, and I thought it was pretty romantic. So, we went on the date, and it went well. He rode the subway back a few stops with me, and I told him about my ex. He began telling me that he couldn't believe anyone would let a pretty girl like me go, and that he would do anything to make sure he got to keep me if we were dating. Looking back, you can see how creepy that statement is, but I was maybe naive or just happy that someone agreed that my ex was a jerk, and I took it as a compliment and saw nothing wrong with it. We kept messaging and going on occasional dates after this, and all was well. After just a few dates, Luis told me he had really bad depression and anxiety. Now, it's important for me to mention that I also have some pretty extreme depression and mental health problems, and my breakup had kind of launched me into a downward spiral. So, it was almost a relief to hear him say that because I felt like he wouldn't judge me for having depression too. After that, we could confide in each other about our depression and help each other get out of bad mental states. After this revelation, we got really close, really fast. We had only dated for a month, but we already had an intense relationship. I even thought that I loved him. Now, another problem with him, though, was his mother Dora. She was very possessive of him, and maybe it was because of his depression, but he couldn't do anything without telling his mother first. One night, he fell asleep at my place and forgot to set an alarm. When he woke up, he had 20 missed calls and at least 40 text messages from his mom trying to find him. She had apparently called every hospital looking for him. She knew he was going to spend the night. She was just concerned because he slept 1 hour later than he said he would. She would do other things to manipulate him, like verbally abuse him or tell him he's a bad son if he didn't do everything she wanted. She also set limits to how often and when he could come to my place, and I wasn't happy with this, obviously. I told him I thought it was ridiculous that she treated him like a child and that he's an adult and can go on dates whenever he wants. If she wants to know where he is, that's fine, but he shouldn't have to ask permission. We had a small argument about this, but he was obviously a mama's boy, so I dropped it. I still hadn't met his mom at this point, so who was I to judge? Another thing I'll mention is that one time he asked me to do a role play with him in which I wore his glasses and called him specifically "sweetie." He was very clear that he wanted me to call him that. He told me he had a teacher fetish. I told him I wasn't into that kind of thing at all and that I was sorry. He asked a few times after that and never really dropped it, but I always said no. This is important later. After one particularly bad night, he came over to console me, and I told him I was feeling pretty depressed. In response, he asked me to marry him. This was only after just 1 month of dating. I laughed, thinking he was joking, but he didn't laugh. He just stared at me in the eyes. There was an awkward silence, and I said, "What?" He said, "I'm serious. I love you. I want to spend my life with you." I laughed at him and gave him a firm no. He looked disappointed but dropped it. I was concerned about this and confided in my friend. She said if it were her, she'd dump him. I thought it was quite strange, but I really relied on the emotional support he gave me, and he was very emotionally fragile at the time. So, I decided I'd just pretend it didn't happen. I'd like to mention I know I made mistakes and ignored red flags, but when I was with him, he often implied or even stated that I was too mentally unwell or unattractive to ever get anyone better than him. He said other manipulative things that made me feel like breaking up with him would be really bad for me. A few days later, I went to his place for the first time. He lived with his parents, so when his mom got home from work, I, of course, introduced myself. She seemed very skeptical of me and wouldn't shake my hand. She gave me a fake smile and said, "Hi," then started focusing all her attention on Luis. "Hi, sweetie," she said, giving him a big kiss on the lips. Yeah, she also wore very similar glasses to him and continued to call him sweetie all night. That was basically the only thing she called him. Sound familiar to anything else that I mentioned? Yeah, I was very much creeped out, but I kept my mouth shut. His mom never spoke to me, only ever talking to me if it was necessary, and I got a very weird vibe from her. I had only gone to her house and met her willingly one time more after this, and it went basically the same, except this time I was doing homework, and she kept making comments about how I was stupid because I couldn't do my homework on my own. I tried to argue with her, but Luis shut us both down, and we all moved on. His dad also lived there but mostly said nothing and lurked around in the background, not saying much or staying in the basement. So, he's not really important to the story, just an interesting detail. Fast forward a few days. I was still talking to Luis, but I think he sensed I was growing distant from him. We had been together about a month and a half at this point. I get a text from Luis very late at night telling me he was upset and needed me. But I had a midterm the next day, and I told him, "I'm sorry, I can't be there." I needed to sleep and be at school in the morning for my midterm. He was very upset, so I suggested that he go to the hospital and told him I could meet him there after my midterm. He didn't respond. After a half hour, I got another text from him. He tells me he's outside my residence building and his mom drove him. I told him again I couldn't go to his place. He says that it's okay and that he just wanted to talk. I give in and go outside to meet him and go for a walk. He starts walking me in the direction of the parking lot, and I get a really bad feeling in my stomach. I don't know why, but I just felt scared. I said, "Why don't we walk this way?" and I try to turn and go the other direction. He says, "No, it's fine." He grabs my arm tightly. I don't know what else to do, so I say, "Luis, you're making me really uncomfortable. Why are you taking me to the parking lot?" I tend to be very concise when I'm stressed out. He said nothing and kept walking me in silence. I tried to pull my arm away, but he has a tight grip. "Luis," I said loudly. He says, "It's okay. Let me go home now." I say firmly, pulling my arm. No one else was around to help me, and I was terrified. I don't think you want to do that, he says emotionlessly. What? Yes, I do. I'm about to cry at this point. I was so confused and scared, and he starts explaining, listen, June, my mom is in the driveway, and if you don't get in the car soon, she's going to call the police and tell them that you're depressed and that you've threatened things. The police will come here and cause a scene, then hold you against your will. My brain started going a million miles a minute. I lived in a university residence and really didn't want the police to pick me up where everyone could see me and cause a scene. I also had been to the hospital before, and my school had warned me of possible repercussions if I tried to do such things on campus again, which he reminded me of. I was really confused and I felt betrayed. However, quickly weighing the pros and cons in my head, I thought about supporting my boyfriend when he needs me, and not causing a scene would be the easiest thing to do. Still not realizing what he was trying to do, I told him I wasn't happy about that, and I didn't want to be with him for much longer if he was going to treat me this way. But the threats continued, so I went to his car. I got there and saw his evil mother, Dora, with the most disgusting, ugly smirk on her face. I was just about to call the police when she said, Luis stands beside me as I get in the back of the car, and he gets in the front, and she starts to drive. As the shock wore off, I realized that I was pissed. I started yelling that they were manipulating me, and I went off on Dora for manipulating her son and being a bad mother. I yelled at him for being a bad boyfriend. Meanwhile, Dora was screaming at me, calling me a bad girlfriend, and saying that I should leave Earth because I was such a bad influence on Luis. We had one of the most intense arguments I've ever had with anyone. I truly hate confrontation, and I honestly didn't know I was capable of so much rage. Dora then pulled over the car and said, "Get out." I lunged at the door, ready to run away, but she said, "I will call the police on you." I hesitated. Who will they believe? A reliable older lady with a respectable job, or a little autistic hood rat like you? Especially with your history of mental health issues? Then she laughed. The situation dawned on me. I couldn't leave. While I hesitated, hands still on the door handle, she escalated her threats to tell the police that I assaulted her and her son after he tried to break up with me. She said, "In my car, you don't get to talk to me like that. So either be civil and quiet or get the hell out." Luis stayed quiet throughout the whole car ride, not defending himself or his mother, or even helping me, just stone cold and expressionless. I started crying and begging her to please let me go, to which she said, "You have every right to leave." But I felt like I had no option, so I swallowed my pride, apologized to Dora, and let myself get driven to their house. I tried texting my friend about what was going on, but she wasn't answering. Once we got there, it was like 2 or 3 in the morning. I wasn't sure because, of course, my phone had died. Great timing. Dora had been taunting me and making fun of me the whole way home, and I wasn't even able to defend myself after her new threats. I was still crying, and Luis helped me out of the car. He held on to me as I went inside. I don't know if it was because he wanted to get me in quickly or because I could barely move. I was crying so hard. They kept shushing me, and Dora raised her hand as if to slap me if I didn't shut up. In her words, so I held my tears until we got inside. Once we finally got inside, Luis brought me straight into his room. He asked if I wanted to watch a movie, but I just lay down on his bed and sobbed. He sat beside me and touched my arm in what would have been a comforting way under different circumstances. I pulled away, and he just quietly watched his videos, occasionally telling me that this was for the best. Now I couldn't hurt myself as long as he was protecting me. Now we could both be safe together. His dad was home, but the whole time everything was happening, he said nothing to me. He only came into Luis's room one time to give me a strange look and then leave. Really weird guy. Luis's mom came in a while later and told me to sit up and stop crying, saying that this was the best for me and Luis and that she was only doing this because she cared about us. I didn't have anything to say to her, so I just petted her dog and didn't make eye contact. She berated me, insulted me, and made fun of me with no reaction other than a few snide comments from me that Luis said were uncalled for. In more tears and silence, she then started going after me for petting the dog. Why won't you make eye contact? What are you, autistic? She then proceeded to call me an idiot and other slurs. All of this was even more disgusting because of her respectable job. She works with disabled teenagers. I ignored her, and then she started saying really hurtful things. Now, I can take an insult, but she crossed the line when she started talking about how my mother was abusive and how I deserved it. She could see why I was abused. My mother may have been abusive, but that crossed a line. She had no right to talk about that, and Luis had no right to tell her. She then went on to say that she was a much better mother and I should be grateful that she was doing this for me. The whole time I was there, she kept implying that this was in some sick way supposed to help me. I felt like I was only there for Luis to have someone with him, though. I lost it at the comments about my mom and started yelling at her about how she was the abusive one and worse than my mother, that I hated her. We had a screaming match for a while, and again, Luis didn't defend me and only said that I should listen to his mom. After more insults and yelling, she stormed off, and it was just me and Luis. I told him I was breaking up with him and that I wanted to leave now. He went to get his mom, who said I was just having a rough night and didn't mean it, and that we should both just sleep. They gave me pajamas to where I got dressed in his closet and went to bed, with him sleeping beside me. I wasn't afraid Luis was going to hurt me. Don't worry, he didn't, not physically at least. He was more self-destructive than violent. But I was still uncomfortable sleeping beside him because I felt betrayed, scared, and even violated to a certain point. I wanted to leave more than anything. I felt like an animal in a cage. Then I got up and bolted to the front door, only for him to run behind me and grab me, with Dora blocking my way. I started screaming, "Let me go, please. I'm sorry, let me go." I was sobbing, trying to be as clear as I could through my tears. Dora looked at me like I was the most disgusting thing she had ever seen and scoffed at me. "Grow up," she said, and walked off. Luis brought me back to his room and locked the door. His mom came back, and he let her in a few minutes later. She had some kind of pill to help me sleep, she said, but I refused to take it. She kept insisting, and I kept saying no. "I'm not trying to poison you," she kept shouting, but I didn't trust that at all. Luis took one first to prove they were safe. After over an hour of arguing and Luis taking one, it was clear I wasn't going to have a choice. I pretended to take one at first, but she shoved one in my mouth after realizing I didn't take the other one. After a while, I felt very tired and fell asleep. I still don't know what she gave me, but it tasted awful. It was the kind that dissolves under the tongue. She had them in a clear plastic bag with no label. I woke up the next morning to find Luis and his mom in the kitchen eating breakfast. I saw my chance. I got dressed quickly, found my phone where he had hidden it, still not charged. He had my fare card for public transport in the case, though, so I pocketed my phone and quickly snuck to the door. Nothing had ever been so intense for me before. I put on my shoes quickly, opened the door, and ran. I ran like the wind, on the verge of tears and shaking. I had never run so fast. I didn't know the neighborhood well and didn't know how to get home, but I just needed to get away. I have no idea if they chased me or not, or if they even noticed right away. The dog stayed quiet. I eventually found a bus stop and got on the first bus that showed up. I pulled out my card, tapped it, and of course, it didn't have any money on it. My brain just buzzed. I had no way to get home. I needed to be on this bus and I had to get away. The bus driver shrugged and said, "You should have money." Meanwhile, I was still staring at my card. Then I just started crying. I practically fell over, crying so hard, trying to explain what was happening, but I was crying so hard and talking so fast that I made no sense. The bus driver said, "Whoa, are you okay?" I screamed, "No," and started crying harder. He quietly handed me a transfer. I thanked him and sat down quickly, noticing everyone staring at me. I put my hood up and cried quietly. I still didn't know how to get home, but I realized the bus was going to a subway station. Even though it was a long ride, I could get home from the station. As soon as we got there, I ran onto the subway, still crying and shaking. I probably looked like quite the sight. The subway eventually got to my school. Then I realized I couldn't go home because Luis knew where I lived. Thank God he would have called the police. I knew it. I didn't know what to do. I saw someone with a phone charger and ran over, asking if I could please charge my phone, that it was an emergency. Typical millennial me didn't know my friend's phone number. I charged my phone, face covered in tears and probably smudged mascara, and immediately texted my friend. I had told her right before my phone died that Luis and Dora wouldn't let me leave their car, and she had sent quite a few messages and had apparently tried to come to my house to look for me. I told her where I was and asked if I could go to her place. She lived somewhere else on campus. I got many messages from Luis as well. He just said that he needed me and that I needed him, and that I was making a huge mistake, absolutely anything and everything to try to make me respond. Now, you guys will probably judge me for this, but I went to visit him in the hospital. I don't know why, after all that, I decided to do this, but I did. After I got to the ER, nurses took me aside and asked if I was depressed. Of course, I said no. I was legally an adult, so they couldn't take Dora's word over mine and didn't hospitalize me. I told Luis we were over and I hoped he got better soon, but he was mad at me. He said his mom I was depressed and that she heard the nurses talking about how I was lying to get attention, and all this other stuff. I tried to defend myself to him, but I just left defeated, gave Dora the middle finger, and literally ran the hell out. I never looked back. I crashed at my friend's place that night and slept on her floor for a week. A while later, I got a text from one of Luis's friends, basically insinuating he was extremely depressed and that it was my fault. I told the guy that after what that family did to me, they could all go to hell and to never message me again. I blocked his number. I have no idea if Luis is alive or not to this day. But I did get some revenge in the end of story for another day. As you might have noticed, I didn't call the police. I did speak to a police officer about it eventually, and the concern was that Dora would be more reliable than me. I didn't have much evidence, but they said if I wanted, I could file a report. Honestly, I never did. Don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. On July 28, 1977, Travis Victor Alexander was born in Riverside, California, the son of Gary and Pamela Alexander. Travis's early years were marred by tragedy. At age 11, an unstable and ultimately toxic home life forced him to live with his paternal grandparents after his father's tragic death in mid-1997. He was followed by his 7 brothers and sisters. Despite his rough upbringing, Travis performed rather well in school, attended college, and eventually secured a job with a company known as Prepaid Legal Services, PPL, first as a salesman and later as the company's motivational speaker, a position that paid considerably better. As part of his job at PPL, Travis often attended conferences that took place in Las Vegas, applying his trade as a motivational speaker in front of audiences of hundreds. During one such conference in September 2006, there was one particular woman in the audience who was enraptured by Travis's charisma and talent for public speaking. She approached him afterward, introducing herself and striking up a conversation that would spark a long-term friendship. This woman's name was Jodi Arias. Jodi and Arias was born on July 9, 1980, in Salinas, California, to a mother of European ancestry and a father of Mexican ancestry. After she met Travis at the PPL conference, the pair grew increasingly close, leading Jodi to convert to Mormonism just 2 months later, actually being baptized by Travis himself at a ceremony that took place in Southern California. Despite the distance between them, the couple began dating a few months later, and Jodi even took steps to move to Mesa and then Yreka, California, living in her grandparents' place to be closer to Travis. Travis and Jodi had a tumultuous on-again, off-again relationship for almost a year and a half, often forced to maintain a long-distance relationship due to the fact that one lived in Arizona while the other remained in California for work. Such distance would put a strain on any relationship, but there appeared to be additional factors that made Jodi and Travis's relationship less than healthy. From the very first time Travis introduced Jodi to his close friends, they seemed to take an instant dislike to her. Jodi didn't seem keen to impress or ingratiate herself with them, appearing generally disinterested in anyone but Travis. His friends detected a kind of jealousy in her, noting that she acted overly possessive of Travis while failing to show him much affection. From the start, they found Jodi's behavior worrying, even frightening. Shortly after Jodi moved into her grandparents' home in Yreka, she and Travis arranged to accompany one another on a week-long work-related trip to Cancun, Mexico. Scheduled for June 15, the couple intended to make something of a vacation out of it. However, not long after, Travis reportedly went to company headquarters to request that his travel companion be changed to another member of the sales team. Speculation regarding this decision is abundant, but the best guess is that it involved a breakdown in his and Jodi's relationship. On May 28, Jodi called Travis in a state of distress, telling him there had been a burglary at her grandparents' place where she was staying. Feeling unsafe, she begged to come and stay with him for a while. The burglars had stolen a number of valuable items during the break-in, but the most significant was a .25 caliber Colt pistol that belonged to her grandfather. The police had no luck finding the perpetrators and eventually gave up searching altogether, as they couldn't seem to find any evidence to identify those involved. In response to Jodi's plea to stay with him, Travis straight up refused. This might be the best evidence we have that the two had broken up by that point. If Travis loved her or had any feelings for her at all, surely he would have offered her a place to stay, but he didn't. Alternatively, it's possible that Travis did love her but was stopped from inviting her over by something else. It's plausible that there were other women in Travis's life, but it is also possible he didn't invite Jodi over because he was afraid of her. On June 2nd, Jodi called Travis yet again, repeatedly attempting to reach him between the hours of 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. However, her cell phone records show that the longest call was a mere 17 seconds, indicating he likely didn't pick up the phone. Just after 3 in the morning, Travis called Jodi back, and the pair engaged in a lengthy conversation that we have no idea what was said during that call, but we do know that at around 5:30 that same morning, Jodi drove over to a car rental place in Redding, California, entering the business shortly after it opened at 8 a.m. She told the clerk that she wished to use the car for a long drive to Utah for a work-related trip and then planned to visit a few friends on her way to Utah, where she would meet up with a fellow PPL employee named Ryan Burns. However, Jody didn't show up to meet Ryan until late in the evening on June 3rd, leaving a sizable amount of time to be accounted for that day. When she did finally arrive in the West Jordan suburb of Salt Lake City to meet Ryan Burns, he noticed some unusual things about Kirka. Firstly, he saw that her normally dyed blonde hair was now brown, but not its natural shade of brown, and she seemed to have cuts or scratches all over her hands. Jody also refused to let him near the rental car, insisting they take his car to the PPL business conference. Naturally, Ryan thought this behavior was unusual, but the pair had more important concerns as the conference kept them occupied for the majority of the day. Ryan had an additional reason to keep quiet about Jody's unusual behavior. He and Jody had begun something of a love affair during their time in Utah, spending several hours hugging and kissing on a large beanbag chair at the place they were staying. Jody reassured him about the cuts on her hands by saying she had gotten them while working part-time at a Mexican restaurant in the Wairika area, an excuse that seemed sufficient to assuage his suspicions. Once their business concluded, Jody departed from Salt Lake City on June 6, driving back westward toward California. Her cell phone records showed that she tried to call Travis several times, leaving a handful of voicemails, yet she also apparently found a way to access the voicemail system. Why exactly she chose to do so remains a matter of conjecture, but it certainly constitutes some rather unusual behavior. When she returned the rental car to the outlet in Redding, the clerk began to inspect the interior as a matter of routine. It was then he too noticed something unusual. The vehicle was missing its floor mats, and on the driver and passenger sides, there were some kind of stains on the upholstery, as if some thick liquid had been spilled and left to dry. However, since the upholstery was black and the color of said liquid was not visible, no suspicions were raised among the staff at the car rental outlet, and the interior was clean before it could be inspected by anyone important. Meanwhile, a few days prior, Travis's employers had tried to contact him for a conference call, only to have their calls go unanswered. This same pattern repeated for several days, with friends and colleagues calling, only for Travis not to pick up his phone. By June 9th, a handful of Travis's friends began to worry about his well-being and agreed to go over to his home to check on him. They spoke to a few other tenants who lived in the same building as Travis and found they hadn't seen him in a few days. However, since he traveled for work frequently, they didn't seem to think there was anything to worry about. One of Travis's neighbors was in possession of the spare key to his apartment, which Travis had entrusted to them in case he ever lost his keys. The concerned group of friends proceeded to unlock the door to Travis's apartment, calling out his name as they entered. Then, one of them froze with a sharp gasp, pointing to a pool of congealed blood that sat in the hallway of Travis's bedroom. In a panic, they began to search the apartment for him, eventually encountering the sight of his days-old corpse lying in the bathtub, covered in blood. His friends cried and screamed as they called 911 but did not attempt to revive him, as it was obvious from the state of his dead body that he had been deceased for some time. During the 911 call that followed the discovery, a police dispatcher asked if Travis had potentially contemplated ending his own life or if his friends knew of anyone who might have been threatening his life. His friends immediately mentioned Jody Arias, his ex-girlfriend, as a possible suspect in his murder. They indicated that in the days before his death, Travis had mentioned that Jody had been stalking him, accusing him of seeing someone else, and seemed to be in some form of jealous rage. This psychopathic jealousy led her to attempt to access his Facebook account and even go so far as to slash his car's tires. When investigating officers arrived at Travis's home, they commenced an intense search for any evidence or clues regarding the identity of the killer. One of the most curious things they discovered was a recently purchased digital camera found in the washing machine. Despite significant water damage, police were able to recover the camera's memory card, which had a number of photographs that someone had apparently attempted to delete. These photographs showed Travis and Jody in numerous suggestive poses taken on the afternoon of June 4. The final photograph from the series was taken at 5:39 p.m. that same day and showed Travis alive and well while taking a shower, smiling playfully and completely naked, a candid depiction of the man's final moments. Another photograph taken just minutes later depicted Travis bleeding profusely while lying on the bathroom floor. DNA samples were collected from bloody handprints found in the bathroom, which provided police with solid evidence to arrest a suspect, as they contained not only Travis's DNA but also Jodi Arias's, after being indicted for first-degree murder by a grand jury in Maricopa County. Jodi was arrested at her home in California and then extradited to Arizona on September 5, 2008. Less than a week later, she pled not guilty, providing several different accounts of her alleged involvement in Travis's death. Initially, she told investigating officers that she was nowhere near Arizona on the day her ex-boyfriend was murdered, but after pressure from the cops, she admitted she had been present at the time of his death but claimed it involved a home invasion where two individuals broke into Travis's residence, killing him and attacking her in turn. 2 years of investigation later, Jodi changed her story entirely, telling the police that she had indeed killed Travis but only in self-defense. She spun a tale of brutal domestic violence, claiming she was a victim of a cruel and violent man and that she regularly feared for her life around him. At her trial in February 2013, Jodi recounted to the jury that she had been physically and emotionally abused by her parents and that her life with Travis had echoed that same cycle of abuse and guardianship, one she wanted to escape from but couldn't quite bring herself to. She described the abusive lifestyle Travis subjected her to, which she said included a considerable amount of BDSM and other painful acts that violated Mormon rules. Jodi also recorded a phone conversation with Travis that she used as evidence to prove he had once wanted to use zip ties to tie her to a tree while she dressed as Little Red Riding Hood. She claimed to have responded enthusiastically on the phone but testified in court that it was all an act, stating the idea terrified her and was typical of the kinds of things Travis wanted to do. Jodi also alleged that Travis admitted to finding underage children attractive, painting him as a complete monster. However, the prosecution argued that Jodi was a vengeful and vindictive person who had recorded the phone conversation in an attempt to blackmail Travis and embarrass him before his Mormon peers. The prosecution also questioned a forensic expert before the jury, prompting them to confirm that a thorough examination of Travis's computer found no evidence of child pornography or any references to anything inappropriate with children. Rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution included several of Travis's other girlfriends, who stated he never exhibited problems with anger or violence. Clinical psychologist Janine Demarte testified for the prosecution, stating she found no evidence that Travis had ever abused Jodi, and also noted that Jodi suffered from borderline personality disorder, showing signs of immaturity and an unstable sense of identity. The final nail in Jodi's legal coffin was the prosecution telling the jury that a single .25 caliber bullet casing was found near Travis's body, the same caliber as the gun stolen from her grandparents' place just a week before the murder. It turned out Jodi had faked the entire burglary just to obtain the murder weapon, which not only demonstrated she was a dangerous psychopath willing to harm those close to her to achieve her goals, but also indicated that she had been planning to kill Travis for quite some time. After a trial that reportedly cost U.S. taxpayers over $3 million, the jury found Jodi guilty of first-degree murder. She narrowly avoided the death penalty when a judge essentially took pity on her mental illness, sentencing her to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. She was also ordered to pay Travis's siblings over $30,000 in damages. As of 2016, Jodi is housed at Arizona State Prison Complex Perryville, and her case and trial have garnered considerable social media interest, with even Donald Trump commenting on what he called her obvious guilt. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this whole sordid drama is that Travis may have genuinely believed he had found the love of his life. Searching for the fairy tale romance that all people desire, he found the polar opposite, a living nightmare that ended with him losing his life to someone who could fairly be described as a conniving, violent, psychopathic predator. Relationships break down all the time for various reasons. People hurt, people cry, but most ultimately move on and find someone else. Jody took that chance away from Travis in a horrifically callous and bloody manner. Instead of letting Travis go, she dragged him down like a sinking ship, one from which neither of them will ever emerge intact. I'm a girl, and I have a friend who lives on the same street as me. My other friends all live in the town, so me and this friend, I'll call them M, hang out together a little more on our own. I've always liked going up to the fancy house area in our village because I can't stress enough how normal the other houses in the village are. We have some council houses, which, for Americans, are basically homes that the government builds for you, and then you pay them rent to live there. It's not considered posh at all, and I don't know how this area behind the village is so different. It's like another world. It takes half an hour to walk up this hill to get to the houses, and it's really killer on your legs, but it's worth it. Me and them would walk up there and look at the houses, praying that one day we'd both be rich enough to have an awesome house like that ourselves. There's one house that hasn't been lived in for as long as I've lived in this village. There were rumors about it, and people said that a woman killed herself on her wedding night. I don't know what happened to the husband. I don't even know the woman's name or anything, but it seemed perpetually empty. I know it sounds like a typical ghost story, but it intrigued me, and I always wanted to go inside and look around. I know that sounds bad, but I've always been what adults call rebellious, though I believe I'm just simply adventurous. I was always on M's back about exploring the house. It didn't look shabby because, I guess, fancy houses never look bad, but it was run down whereas the others weren't. It's tucked in a little corner, and as none of the other houses are attached to each other and each feature huge gardens, this one doesn't stand out too much. I guess it doesn't bother anyone in the street because no one ever upkeeps it. The garden is very overgrown, and it just looks like a jungle. There are big trees in the front, and everyone calls them witch trees. I don't know what type of tree it is, but they have mega thick bark and they grow tall. They look really beautiful, but there's something creepy about them. One of the local ghost stories is that the trees ward off evil and that witches use them for protection or something. Some people say that the woman who died in the house was a witch and she died by the trees. Others say she died in one of the downstairs rooms. Either way, I always found these stories fun and intriguing because, like I said, I'm adventurous. One day I asked if M would be seriously down for exploring the house with me if we snuck in one night. He wasn't sure. He liked exploring just as much as I did, but he was definitely more rational than I was. Sometimes I act without thinking things through for long enough. Our parents wouldn't allow us to be out late due to our age, but after talking about it for weeks, we formulated a plan. M then agreed to explore the house with me. We knew that it was possible the doors would be locked. We wouldn't get in, but we thought even if that was the case, we could explore the garden. We figured if we went at nighttime during the winter months, we could explore before we needed to be home. Our parents wouldn't be suspicious, and exploring this house at night would just be the best. It was classic spooky vibes, so we agreed and just had to find the perfect time. When the time finally came, it was a Friday night, and we decided to do it after school. I told my friends I was going to go to M's house, and M told his parents he'd be at my house. We both said we were eating dinner at each other's houses, and our parents took our word for it. Looking back, this was a risky and dumb idea, but it made sense at the time. We didn't have long, and it meant we'd go hungry, but we didn't care. We wanted to explore. When we got to the house, I was buzzing with excitement. We were nervous, and M was especially. He kept peering around and whispering at me that the neighbors might catch us, but I told him to chill and it'd all be fine. We hopped over the gate, and boom, we were in the garden. It felt exhilarating. I felt like I was in a Tomb Raider game exploring an ancient Egyptian tomb. We tried to stay quiet and wandered around the garden for a bit. It was really hard to see, so we used our phone flashlights to look around, but we had to do it carefully so as not to draw attention. It didn't even cross our minds that we were breaking the law. We tried to go around the back, but we couldn't. The hedges and grass, etc., were just way too overgrown to get through. It was too difficult, and we were getting scratched left, right, and center. We approached the front door very cautiously, and I was still buzzing. M then asked me if I was 100% sure about this, and I said of course I am. I remember that he looked like he wanted to back out, but he didn't. He tried the handle, but the door didn't open. I thought it was locked and felt disappointed, but he made a face and told me it felt stiff. He said that maybe we should go because we had already been in the garden, but I was so determined to get inside. I told him to throw his body at it, and he said hell no, that it would cause too much noise and it was wrong of us to damage the building. I realized he was right, but I felt disappointed again. I decided to try the handle and fiddled with it for a while. It was really cold, and I was right, it did feel stiff and hard to move. I asked him to help me, and I pulled my sleeves down to cover my hands. I thought that maybe that would help me to grip it better and that I could then pull harder without hurting my skin. Surprisingly, we actually got the door open after fiddling around with it. It made a loud noise as it creaked open, and Elle's face was a picture of terror. I held my breath too because I was really nervous in case someone heard. I don't know how long we stood there, but we ended up darting inside and shutting the door behind us. The house smelled bad, like just old and kind of damp. I coughed a little because I had asthma, but I wasn't backing out now. That thrill was swirling around in my stomach as I looked around and grinned at him in excitement. He laughed at me and then walked ahead a little bit. The entryway had a staircase and a wooden floor, but the stairs had one of those long rug things old wealthy people usually have. There was a brown wooden table thing and a dusty mirror in the entryway. There were lights, but we didn't know how to turn them on, and we figured they wouldn't work anyway. It was pitch black and honestly kind of creepy, but I knew it was just my mind playing tricks on me, combined with the excitement of doing something bad and crazy. I looked around with my phone light, and there was an archway to the side. I looked at him and asked if he wanted to go in there with me first, and he agreed and started to walk. It was so cool to be in the house, wandering around. Everything was so dusty and smelly, but I was having the time of my life. I know that might sound terrible, but no one lived there, so it really felt no different than exploring an abandoned castle from hundreds of years ago. We then saw a photo on one of the walls, and it made me feel uneasy, but again I just told myself it was my mind messing with me. Still, it made the hairs on my arms stand to attention like soldiers. The photo was of a young lady and young guy somewhere in their 20s. The lady had black hair, and she was wearing a dress, but not a wedding gown. The man had a smart suit and trousers on, and he had his arm around her, and they smiled into the camera. It was like a 50s or 60s sort of vibe, and it was in black and white. I reached out to touch it, and I heard a noise like clattering as if something fell. I turned around, but there was nothing there. M was beside me, and we kind of just stared at each other, both having heard it. As I said, M was a rational dude, so he didn't automatically jump to, "Oh my god, it's a ghost." He said us walking around must be disturbing the house or something, and then maybe it was just time to leave. We hadn't even gone upstairs yet, but I had started to feel guilty. I don't know why, but this feeling of pure guilt and sadness just suddenly came over me. I didn't tell M. I just said, "Yeah, maybe we should go now." He nodded, and we started to walk to the entryway again. Then we heard something that I can't explain to this day. From the sitting room we just exited, I heard a soft weeping, as if a woman was softly crying in the room just behind me. I froze and turned to M. He looked very uncomfortable. I asked him if he heard that, and he didn't answer. He then moved his phone flashlight behind us, but nothing was there. The noise was gone just as quickly as it had come. I suddenly felt really scared and said to M, "We need to get out of here now." We bolted for the door, swung it open, and ran out. We jumped to the garden, and I twisted my ankle. We bolted down the hill and went back to our part of the village. We didn't stop until we were in my street. Then we both leaned against a wall. I was really scared I would have an asthma attack, but thankfully I didn't. I didn't have my inhaler with me, but I knew M would grab it for me if need be. He'd get himself in trouble for me. That's the kind of friend he is. He always has my back, and I have his. There are 2 places to get food in our village, including snack food. We decided to walk there to grab some food since we would be missing dinner, and it was still too early for either of us to head home. I asked M about the noise, but he said that we freaked ourselves out because of the urban myths surrounding the house. They were in our heads, and we just imagined the noise and freaked ourselves out with the picture. He maintains that even to this day. I'm not sure I believe him, although I want it to be true. I know what I heard, and I know what I felt. I'm not saying I know it all, but this experience made me realize that there is some stuff you simply just can't explain. I don't know what it means or even what to call it, but something was definitely going on in that house. The noise was so real, it was like a woman was right there crying. I can still hear it in my mind even as I recount this. That photograph really struck me too. I can't explain it, there was just something in that house. I don't think the vibe was harmful, but there was definitely something going on in there. It still unnerves me even now. We never told anyone, not even our parents. M is my best friend, and this is something we decided not to share with anyone else. We do still talk about it sometimes, though. M always says that it must have been our minds playing tricks on us. He doesn't dismiss how I feel or my thoughts on it, but he is a very rational guy, and I get it. Another thing that creeps me out is that the front door was shut after we left, but M and I didn't do it. We bolted out, flung it open, and never shut it again. The door was stiff and heavy, but it shouldn't have shut on its own, yet it did. I know it could be argued that it was the weight of the door making it close, but it was one of those doors that don't move on their own, and it wasn't particularly windy either. Maybe someone shut it, but I'm not so sure. We went back the next day and just stood in the street looking at it, and the door was shut. It's such a creepy thing, especially because we heard the crying from the room that the lady apparently died in. One thing's for sure though, M and I will never go into that house or do anything like that ever again. I'm looking for a job, and an old friend of mine had clued me into a medical office that needed someone to come in and do a bit of light filing. I wanted to avoid the bus if I could due to crowds, so I decided to swing for a rideshare app. It's not all that expensive in my area. I headed in at almost 3 a.m. because it was after the cleaning crew had left. I was really kicking myself for being so cautious though, because I was exhausted. I stumbled around the block looking for my ride, and to my tired self's great relief, the car had spotted me almost immediately and then pulled up asking, "Boober," while I cluelessly wandered up and down the street searching. The ride was taking a while, but I'd only just moved here last year, so I'm not really familiar with all the surrounding areas, and I thought nothing of it. I was pretty alert at first, so I was trying to pass the time playing games on my phone and stuff, but the car didn't have a compatible phone charger and I wasn't sure the building would have one. So, I wanted to save my battery to be able to call a ride back. I shut my phone down into airplane mode and eventually drifted off from a combination of tiredness and boredom. Now, I don't often even take rideshare, so being alone with a strange driver often put me a bit on edge. But this guy had a pretty boring car and a very standard look about him. He looked a little like my brother, even young, clean-kept, listening to jazz, nothing that really screamed that you need to micromanage this trip. When we arrived, the driver tried to wake me up by calling to me from the front, but I wasn't in too deep of a sleep and I couldn't fully distinguish it from my finally dream. Awkwardly, he jimmied my leg to wake me up and kept saying, ma'am, we're here." Now, I was a little embarrassed that I'd been that out of it, so I just gave it a hurried thanks and then booked it out of the car and into the building. As I looked around, I began to realize that nothing was what I expected of an office park. I had seen a street view of the building when I first looked up the business, and it appeared to be a strip mall plaza. The further I went, the more loudly alarm bells were ringing in my gut. The structure was semi-dilapidated, and it was pitch black dark past the entryway. Now, I expected some of the lights to be off at nighttime, but I mean, not the whole building. I skidded across the concrete foundation comprising what was left of the lobby area, told myself they must just be renovating, and followed signs for the stairs. After what felt like ages, it was most likely just a few minutes. All I had passed was construction equipment, a couple of long doors, and some smashed windows. I was pretty certain that I wasn't going to find a medical office and figured that maybe I'd mixed up the address. I took out my phone to double check, but once I got it out of airplane mode, I could barely get a signal. I kept moving around in the building, pacing, looking for a stronger signal. I eventually confirmed in my text that I had indeed written down the correct address just by scrolling back, which didn't require service. Since I had only been inside for a few minutes at most, I figured I should try and get in touch with the driver, because if I entered the correct address, then it was only fair that he should continue my ride to the correct place and save me the added fees of calling a second trip, considering this was all his fault. The app was taking forever to load with my slow service, but before I could get a cloud of reception, I heard a rustling sound in the lower level of the building. I was on the top floor, and the only stairwell I was aware of was the one that I had taken up. So, it would force me in the middle of the building, meaning there was no way to exit the situation without encountering whoever was downstairs in an abandoned building in the latest hours of the night. I figured the chances were high that it was a tweaker, and I had no desire to try slipping past a tweaker, especially when it was likely that they were probably on something so jumpy and on edge. I tried to get a text out to a group of my friends with my address and a request to call 911 to help get me from the property, because I didn't feel safe walking in that neighborhood at night, and I didn't have enough reception to call for a new ride. But the message wasn't sending. Reception was too weak, so I gave up on getting my phone going and started checking for another stairwell or even windows with balconies or dumpsters that could be used to exit the second floor as a last resort in the event that whoever was downstairs came upstairs. I scrambled over to a door with a stair sign on it, but the stairs were completely dilapidated, and it was essentially just a straight drop down to the first floor. At that point, the worst-case scenario began to unfold. I heard whoever was downstairs begin making their way up the stairs. I thought fast and figured, based on my walkabout the floor, it was basically a giant loop. So, I would have to wait for whoever this was to come up the stairs, wait for them to come all the way up, and then sprint in the opposite direction of wherever they were going and try to get down the stairs and out of the building in time to make it to the road without encountering them. I wasn't anticipating being chased or anything, but I didn't want to piss off a druggie or have a homeless person who might have been living there feel as though I trespassed and then become hostile towards me or have any sort of interaction that could possibly occur at that hour in a creepy-ass abandoned industrial park. I held my breath for what felt like 5 minutes, but was likely closer to just 30 seconds. The person appeared at the top of the stairs. To my great relief, it was just the Uber driver. I figured that he had come back for me, realizing that he had left me in the wrong spot, a place that could have worked out to be dangerous. So, I then came out from behind the beam that I was hidden behind and started to wave him down. But then I processed that there was no way for him to realize this had been the wrong address. My stomach lurched forward, and my blood chilled to slush. I made eye contact with him very briefly. He was completely calm and composed, but breathing pretty heavily and blocking the stairwell down. On a normal, rational day, as an outside observer, I could think of a dozen innocent reasons why he might have returned. But in the moment, standing across from him, I just knew in my gut that this was someone with ill intent. I can't remember much more from the ensuing few minutes, operating solely on muscle memory and instinct. I Superman dove for the second stairwell's opening and just let myself fall all the way down the drop. Thankfully, I don't think he'd seen where I'd gone at first, and though I was in too much pain to know it then, plenty was bruised, but nothing was broken, nothing was completely broken. I scrambled up and then threw myself at anything that seemed like it could be the door. It was way too dark to tell, and I was disoriented from the fall. I wasn't in a calm enough mindset to think to use my phone flashlight. Just before I was able to reach the door, it flew open with a blinding light beaming straight into my eyes. My first thought, though not totally coherent, was, there's another one of these guys. I stumbled backward, trying to find something to hide behind. Before I could, a voice called out, "All right, this is the local police department. Everyone get on your knees with your hands in the air now." I didn't believe it was the police at first. I was in such a fight or flight mode and had already committed to flight that I continued looking for ways to get out. But he kept shining the flashlight right at me as I rotated around and yelled, "Hey," I said, "get on the ground right now. Hands out, hands where I can see them." He sounded so authoritative that I just automatically did exactly as he asked. He approached me and finally shined the light away from me. It took a second to get my night vision, but once I did, I could see that he really was a police officer. I tried to explain what was happening, but first, he started asking me all these questions. That, combined with what had just happened and my fear of the driver coming back, all snowballed into me being unable to form a single articulate sentence. He was even asking me easy questions like, "Can you tell me your name? Do you have any knives, needles, or anything that could poke or cut me? Would you rather talk here or outside?" My stunned babbling in response first led him to believe that I was on something. He directed me out to his car, and once I was safely out of the building, I was able to start getting my bearings a little. I sat on the edge of the back seat of the squad car with the door open, facing out, while he stood across from me and asked me the same exact questions yet again. The first thing I could think to ask was, "Did my friends call you? What did they tell you?" He explained, "No, nobody called me. I was patrolling the area and noticed a car idling outside of the building that's known to be condemned and nobody's supposed to be inside. When they are, I know they're up to no good. He was launching into a speech about how if I'd gone to shoot up or got into some trouble, he had resources he could direct me to, and that this wasn't an ideal place to do either of those things. He asked if I had somewhere safe to stay that night. But I was kind of stuck on something else he'd said. Finally, it all clicked. The car. I spilled my whole rideshare story in a frantic word vomit. The officer looked around, but the car wasn't there anymore. The officer guessed the guy had driven off while we were talking inside the building. He asked me all the details I remembered, and I told him, but there really weren't many. I'd been too tired when the ride started to track much, but the officer realized that I could pull up my Uber app and get all the information. There wasn't really enough reception there, even outdoors, so he sped down the road, and once I had enough bars, the app roared to life. I had 4 missed notifications from Uber. Hello, I've arrived and I don't see you, I'm flashing my hazards, and finally, unfortunately, your driver had to cancel. At first, I thought the driver was so cunning as to pick me up while sending these fake messages and canceling so the GPS wouldn't track us, knowing I wouldn't notice because I was asleep with my phone off, thus exonerating himself. But instead, I checked the car details, checked again, and it was definitely not the same driver. The person who had originally driven me there had not been my Uber. My driver was somewhere else on the street when this guy pulled up to me. The policeman took my statement and said he'd keep an eye out for the guy, but the best that I could give them to go off of was basically young-looking Caucasian man with brown hair, sideburns, and a goatee, and he drove a 4-door sedan. He was wearing a zip-up sweatshirt and maybe had a hood, which is like one of every 4 guys in this city. I feel so blessed to have survived this near miss. Suffice to say, I don't take rideshare services anymore. Quadruple check your license plate and driver name. You just really never know. I started waiting tables when I was 18 to supplement my hourly income at a popular fast food chain. Soon enough, I became well acquainted with an older man named Tom. He was probably in his mid-60s and very obese. He'd regularly come into the little diner where I worked, and he was a regular prior to my employment there. The other younger females who worked in the restaurant didn't like to wait on him because he was kind of weird and had a very creepy, overly excited, animated type of vibe, but I didn't mind because it was a guaranteed $5 to $10 tip every day. I was also good at talking to people and good at putting up with, so I happily entertained him in a family-friendly way. The first thing he would do was make cartoons on the computer and then excitedly give them to me and other servers. The other servers were uncomfortable with it even though, at this point, it was very innocent. It was generic clip art that maybe had everyone's names written by each character, but still, some servers were uncomfortable enough that management had asked him to stop bringing them in. He once asked me if I liked them almost in an unexplainable childlike way seeking approval, so I told him that they were cute and fun because they seemed harmless enough, and I could tell making them and gifting them made him happy. I figured it was his pastime during the later part of his life since he was unmarried and had no kids, and his daily hobby was visiting different women at different restaurants, some of them older and some younger like I was. He would regularly talk about the lives of the other waitresses that he would visit, and though I hadn't met any of them, I kind of felt like I knew them. Genuinely, I just figured this guy was lonely, and there's nothing wrong with that. He would call me sunshine and try to offer advice where it wasn't warranted or solicited. I wasn't afraid to respectfully yet aggressively put him in his place. I remember one specific occasion that he tried to criticize my relationship with my boyfriend. It was like what you'd think a super conservative grandparent might say, expressed to me as if he was my father and providing me life-changing insight to put me on the right path, though I felt I wasn't on the wrong path at all. I was a full-time student, full-time employee, and I fully supported myself and had a good outlook and attitude on life. Anyway, I put him in his place so hard and so fast that he turned sheepish and childlike, kind of like he transitioned from trying to be a father to acting like a child who needed mom's or my approval. The next time he visited, he had a hand-carved woodworking thing that he made with my boyfriend's initials on it as an apology. He would buy me packs of gum and mints and take printed photos of himself with a scolding look in the caption saying, "No smoking, sunshine," to try to deter me from cigarettes. I've since quit, by the way, without his help. Everyone else thought it was really creepy, but whatever. The first year of me being his waitress, his gifts and actions got progressively more expressive. He started writing poems and short stories that had bad grammar and were so elementary they were almost painful. But he told me he just started to try it out, so I encouraged him, thinking that he's just lonely and needs a pastime. I had no problem with him writing little Hallmark card-style poems and giving them to me, but the slightly off-putting aspect was that all the poems and stories had a general theme of love and family. Also, I think it was around this time that he started looking at my Facebook page often. We weren't even friends on there, and I told him I was never going to accept his friend request, so to not ever send one. He would occasionally Photoshop pictures of me from my Facebook page and put my face on a cartoon body or something like that. He became very interested in me and all of my sisters. He would write stories about me and my sisters or make comic book style artwork about my twin and me being superheroes. He even found a photo of my twin on Facebook somewhere and started using her face photoshopped on things too. When I did some traveling, I took some RC-style pictures with a few in the background. And he once edited and photoshopped other tourists out of the background and then lightened the sky and printed lined pictures with fancy borders for me to have. Thinking about it now, he probably kept these photos for himself too. After a year at my first serving job, I left for another serving job where I'd be working weird third shift hours. I kind of thought that would be the end of Tom, but boy was I wrong. He went out of his way to come at weird hours and to the new place at least twice a week, and never once did I tell him my schedule. He would just drive by and see my car. The stories he would write became progressively sexual and longer. I guess he finally felt comfortable to share these things with me and would always preface me for anything that was more erotic. It was like he wanted a friend, wanted to be my father, and wanted me to be his mother, all in this weird, childish, overly animated type of way. A few times, he made me the subject of his stories, though he never went super explicit with those. The one that sticks out was me being a super sexy badass cowgirl sheriff, and all the men at the saloon wanted me. He would include strange details like how someone had an STD, and if I remember correctly, he made my sister the character that got an STD, and I had a huge issue with that. At this point, I've known this man and been well acquainted with him for nearly 3 years. I genuinely felt sorry for the guy and felt like I was able to offer him a friend when he really needed one. I was very aware that something was off about him, but I was okay with it because, though it was hard to pinpoint exactly, I understood and also knew that he would never, or could never given his size and fitness, hurt me. Admittedly, this was a fault of mine. As a server, I offered more than food. I accidentally became a psychiatrist for more than just this guy. There was a 20-year-old with autism that I became good buddies with, despite him offering me money every once in a while for a tip. Also, there was a 40-year-old man who thought he was going to marry a stripper half of his age after he gave her all his savings and sold his Mustang to give her more money. There was also the paranoid 50-year-old schizophrenic man who had clearly never been diagnosed or received help. I digress. I guess I just want to be transparent that I was aware of all the red flags, but I was okay with it. But then things started to really cross a line, though they probably already were past that. When I got engaged, Tom would ask me stuff like if I'd let him hold my baby when I have kids. He started to write stories and make cards and cartoons from my fiancé's perspective. He would say, "I bet this is how Luke feels about you," and also do it from a mother's perspective, saying stuff like, "It must be a mother's dream." I mean, at this point he was seriously making so much stuff, be it cartoons, pictures, or stories, that he'd bring it all to me in a manila folder. And it would be long, along the lines of fatherly, motherly, childish, silly, sexual, romantic, etc. I decided to keep the folders in my filing cabinet just in case there was ever a case against him that needed evidence. My fiancé and I had an open dialogue about Tom, and at this point, we decided that it was best to cut him off. I was looking for a new job to get off the wacky hours I was working, and the timing just seemed right. After cutting him off, Tom still had a weird contact with me through my older sister. She was a server at another restaurant that he frequented, though she avoided him and asked to never serve him given his interactions with me. However, she was also engaged, and her wedding date was approaching. He also wrote her letters and made her cards with words that were way too heartfelt coming from a stranger regarding her marriage. Anyway, Tom decided to ask a few of the other servers if they were planning on going to the wedding. Two of them were, and upon hearing this news, Tom described me in detail and asked the other servers to try to take some pictures of me for him. When I heard about this, it was about 6 months after I had cut him off. I had a big fat eye roll over it and thought, whatever, about it because the servers weren't going to do it. And he was still respecting our request to not contact me any longer. It's also relevant to note that I had blocked him from my Facebook, which I hadn't even actively used in 2 years or more. However, prior to the cutoff, and even shortly after, he still sent me multiple messages on Facebook every day ranging from as simple as, "Good morning, sunshine," to intricate and extensive stories. A timeline reminder before the climax, I first waited on him around May 2015. He followed me to my next job and my long-term fast food job around the middle of 2016. We continued to interact until I cut him off around February and March 2018. One day, I was cleaning out my filing cabinet in December 2019. I stupidly decided that I should throw all the creepy and weird unsolicited artwork away. It had been nearly 2 years with no issues and no attempt to contact, and the stuff was just cluttering my space. Last week, as I was sitting in my living room, a recognizable vehicle was parked outside of my driveway on the wrong side of the road. The man had his car window down, and I could see a flash. I quickly grabbed my glasses to try to discern what was going on. I saw his childish, overly animated smile, and I recognized his hair and facial hair. I realized the shirt he was wearing was the same exact style and type of shirt that Tom wears. I realized that I recognized the vehicle because it's the same vehicle that would pull up to my place of employment 3 to 5 times a week for almost 3 years. I realized it was Tom outside of my residence over 2 years later, taking pictures of my car and home with that goddamn digital camera he took my picture with twice before in the past. Growing up, my parents were incredibly strict and overprotective. No sleepovers, no boys, and no going anywhere without their explicit approval. They kept tabs on who I was with, their phone numbers, their parents' phone numbers, and exactly what time I was expected back. Definitely no dates that I rarely even went out with friends. Going to see a movie on a Saturday was a special occasion. The only place I could get around my parents' rigid rules was online, where, because they didn't know how to use the computer, they never monitored me. That's why in high school I rebelled in the only way I knew how. I started a blog. Yep, I was 17 and I ran an erotic blog. No, not porn, more like photos of myself wearing very little clothing in bed. Everything was just so covered for the purpose of anonymity because, as incredibly dumb and naive as I was back then, I had at least an iota of common sense. None of the photos showed my entire face, just my mouth or jawline, the arch of my neck, never my eyes. Interspersed with the photos were blog entries, the life of my amorously blessed alter ego, Claire. Claire was completely fictional and therefore she was a lot of things I wasn't, primarily social and sexually active. I would fabricate stories of dates, affairs, and sexual experimentation, just dumb, romance novel type stuff that I was living vicariously through this confident, beautiful, made-up girl that I fancied myself an alright writer back then. But looking back, it's pretty funny now that it was probably mostly just drivel, but I enjoyed running it, and my readers seemed to like it. You'd think it would have just been dirty old men, but I had quite a few women readers too, who told me how I was helping them become more confident. There was something just so exhilarating about having people be drawn to you online when you're so lonely and cloistered in real life. Anyway, fast forward 3 years. By now I was halfway across the country in college, out from under my parents' rule. I had a few good friends, and I was doing pretty well. I still had trouble being very social, because I was so unused to it, but at least I wasn't so lonely anymore. I hadn't updated the blog in over 2 years, and honestly, I had mostly forgotten all about it. I also had a boyfriend. His name was David, and we met in the history seminar in the fall of my sophomore year. He was tall, lovely, kind, and had quite an outgoing personality, probably in contrast to our awkward first date when I, shy and still mostly petrified of social interaction, could barely string together 10 complete sentences, but he seemed to like my shyness. He was outgoing and forward, making friends wherever we went. He'd constantly tell me it was cute that I blushed when people talked to me and say how I should be glad that he was with me to facilitate conversation with other people. One time he told me I was lucky that he had stuck around. He said no other guy would have bothered. I was so affection-starved that I was convinced he was right. One day, about 3 months into the relationship, over Christmas break, I got a call from him at home. When I picked up, the first thing he said was, "Who's Claire?" It took a second, but when I realized what he must have been referring to, my entire body went cold. How was this possible? How could he have found out about what I said? Claire www.claireblog.com. Is this you? My heart pounded, and my mind raced. I had no idea how he had found the blog. Could I possibly deny it? There was nothing on the entire website that linked back to my real name or my real email address. I had made sure of that. None of the photos showed my face, but they showed enough that if you knew me in real life, you could probably tell it was me. Feeling cornered, I told him I would talk to him later and hung up. I spent that whole day on the verge of a panic attack. Finally, I realized I had to just admit it. For some reason, at the time, it seemed like the end of the world that my boyfriend had found my stupid blog from high school. Nowadays I would be like, yeah, I ran a blog and posted hot pics of myself, so what? It was all just fiction anyway. But of course, I've grown older and wiser now, and I was a naive idiot back then. I called him back and cried as I explained all the reasons I had written and maintained this blog. Eventually, he said, "It's okay, I think I understand." At some point, I had asked him how he had found it, and he told me that an ex-girlfriend of his had seen posts on Facebook of us together, went on Google, searched for me, and somehow turned up this blog, the link to which she then sent to David. "Sorry," he told me, "I don't talk to her anymore. She just still bothers me all the time. She's kind of a psycho." I was a little upset at that, but I didn't want to annoy him any further, so I didn't press the issue. Things went mostly back to normal then. But then the email started. I woke up to the first one about a week later. It had been sent at 3 a.m. and was from some blatantly fake address, like Claire_the_6969 at All it said was, "You're disgusting." I realized it must have been from David's psycho ex. I was a little unnerved, but I just deleted and ignored it. However, the emails didn't stop, they kept coming, at least one, sometimes two a night, always from a new fake email like Claire underscore the underscore 72993, Claire underscore the underscore underscore underscore, etc. Always time-stamped exactly at 3 or 4 a.m. The contents of the emails began to increase in their level of vitriol. First, it was more of the same, variations of, "You are so gross," or "You're up." Then she would send me copies of the photos from my blog, which I had deleted right after David confronted me about it. She must have saved the entry somewhere, with horrible things written across them, like "fat," or "die," or "kill yourself," etc. I showed David the emails and asked if he could make her stop, but he just shrugged and said it was out of his control. It kept escalating. She started mentioning my friends' names in the emails, things like, "I showed Rachel and Alex you're sick," website, "They're disgusted by you," or "I told Evan and James, they act like they're your friends, but behind your back they all think you're disgusting." Sometimes she would pretend to be one of my friends and write things like, "I said hi to you on campus yesterday and you think I like hanging out, but I know what you really are, you're just a underscore underscore." Once she copied and pasted an entire blog entry into the body of an email. It was non-stop, night after night. I would wake up in the morning terrified of seeing another email from her in my inbox. That I stopped opening them. That I was constantly stressed. I never knew for sure if she had actually sent my photos around to everyone I knew. That I lost sleep, that I lost weight, that I begged David to make her stop, but he kept saying there was nothing he could do. Things with David were deteriorating as well. He was annoyed that I kept bringing up the emails. That he began to make it sound as though it were all my fault. That he said it was hard to believe that I hadn't actually done all those sexual things I had written about. This was the kicker. His ex was from my hometown, he said, and she had told him stories she'd heard from people I went to high school with about all the dirty things I used to do, orgies, bondage, hard drugs. How could I lie to him and trick him into believing I was a shy virgin? He wanted to know that I told him none of those things were true. She was obviously making it up. "Do you really believe her over me?" I asked. "I don't know what to believe." He said that he told me I had become untrustworthy. That as twisted as it was, I started to believe that I apologized to him over and over until finally he forgave me and told me it was all right. That he believed me, that I was lucky he understood and would stay with me, because who else would? I had never been so relieved that I was lucky. I was so lucky, wasn't I? We'd been taking things really slow physically because I actually was a virgin, and regardless of make-believe Claire's make-believe sexcapades, anything sex-related still made me incredibly nervous. But after that, I had sex with David for the first time because I felt like I owed him. That he had stayed with me. I was so lucky that I didn't enjoy it. Afterwards, he whispered, "I believe you. You really have never had sex before." It felt sickly like winning. Eventually, after about 2 months, the ex must have gotten bored because the emails slowed and then stopped. David broke up with me shortly after, cruelly and kindly, the day after my 21st birthday. I was a complete wreck for a while, but hey, life goes on. 3 months or so after that, I got another email from Claire_bear_69@hotmail.com at 3 a.m. "I can't believe you haven't killed yourself. You should." For the first time, I responded, "We're not even dating anymore. You're pathetic. Get a __ life." That was the last I ever heard from her. To this day, I don't know her name. That I don't know how she found my blog, or how she knew the names of my friends, or why she was so hell-bent on making me miserable for so long. Even now, when I get Facebook messages or emails from people I don't know, my first reaction is to panic. Of course, I have since realized that I was not at all lucky in my relationship. Nor was David the sweet guy that I thought he was at the time. That I understand now that it hadn't been my fault. I owed him nothing. That it's been 5 years, but I haven't been in a relationship since. That I don't know if I could. That I think the worst is this. I used to enjoy writing. At one time, I was proud of my blog because, small and insignificant as it was something I created. Even though it was make-believe, it was still mine. They had taken something I had been proud of and turned it into a source of shame that I don't like to write anymore. Even now, I get angry at how they've taken that from me and how easily I was fooled that I'm stupid. I'm naive. Eventually, I got the story of their relationship and how they broke up and why she was so psycho. The details are irrelevant, but suffice it to say, it turns out he had been even more awful to her than he had been to me. But instead of staying far away like I've done, all she wanted was for him to take her back. To clarify, none of the email addresses or web addresses used are real. It was just always something blatantly fake and throwaway. As Thanksgiving knocks on the door, a dark memory is rushing back to me. I don't celebrate this tradition anymore because of what happened 2 years back. I am a 19-year-old average height girl currently living in California. My hometown is a small town in Georgia. Being an only child, I have always been a pampered kid. My parents were high school lovebirds who immediately got married after finishing high school. My dad owned quite a lot of land, hence we were more well off than many people living in the town. He inherited his father's house, and from outside, we were the picture-perfect family in everyone's eyes. But what happened inside the house was only known to us. We lived in the outskirts, right beside vast paddy fields. My dad had a Chevy and often drove us to the market whenever we needed things. Even though everyone thought my parents were perfect for each other, they fought like animals every night. I guess with time the young love died, and harsh reality surfaced for them. My dad screamed at my mother, and she abused him in every way possible. Between the two of them, my mom was the most toxic one, I believe. I saw her slapping my dad and pushing him many times, but my dad never raised a hand at her. Our society has this weird mindset that domestic abuse can only happen one way. I love both my parents equally, but whenever my mom hit my dad and screamed at him using obscene language, I hated her. Increasing toxicity led to the usual consequence, divorce. My dad had to bear a lot as my mom went on giving suicidal threats if he divorced her. It was the most disgusting phase of our lives. Our so-called happy family broke apart, and my mom stayed in Georgia while I came to California with my dad. My dad's lawyer proved how she abused him for years, and I too sided with my dad on this. Tears rolled down his eyes when he got my custody. But one thing I noticed that day which no one did, my mom didn't say a single word. She stared at me with a blank face for a few seconds and then quietly walked out of the courtroom. That was probably the last time I saw her until I turned 18 and a horrifying tragedy happened last year. My dad didn't keep any contact with my mom after the divorce, but he never stopped me from being in touch with her. I talked to her over the phone at times, and that was it. Sometimes I missed her, but then I realized those painful nights watching my mom hitting and kicking my dad, and my dad bearing this humiliation and insult for my sake. The awful memories of his past hit him so hard that he was scared to fall in love again. He kept to himself and raised me with the utmost care. It was probably my 7th grade PTA meeting when my dad found a new ray of hope in his life. He fell in love again with my English teacher, Melissa. She was a kind lady, and I liked her. They hit it off quite well, and soon she moved in with us. When my mom found out about this, she was obviously not happy, but this time she didn't create a scene and quietly disconnected the call. It was a week before Thanksgiving. I was sitting in my room, going through some brochures, thinking about where to go for college when my mom called. I picked it up immediately as it had been a month since I had spoken to her. "Hi, Mom." "Hello, my pumpkin. How are you?" "I'm good." Mom." Yes, my dear. Are you all right? I know the time has been hard for you, and trust me, none of us want to hurt you. It's just Dad is happy, and maybe we should all be happy for him. Oh, you are going to be such a lovely lady, I know, Pumpkin, and you're right. Can you please put me on speaker and call your dad? All these years, my parents never spoke after the divorce. My mom never asked for my dad. Hearing her say this, my heartbeat grew faster. I called my dad, and he entered the room along with Melissa. Hello, Daisy. Hi, James. Hope you're in good health. What was it you wanted to talk about? I know I have done you wrong and never apologized for that. Honestly, I was so ashamed that I couldn't. So here I am, asking for one last thing from you and my daughter this Thanksgiving. Will you guys visit me? You can also bring Melissa. I would love to meet her. Just give me one more chance to have a good time with my family. I saw my father's face turn cold, and he looked at me, then at Melissa. He was going to say no when Melissa grabbed his hand and said in a low voice, "She's Courtney's mom, James. She too deserves to spend Thanksgiving with her daughter, and it has been 10 years now, just for a few days." My respect for Melissa grew more that day as I witnessed her kind heart. My dad agreed, and my mom said from the other side of the phone, "See you all at Thanksgiving then." We decided to reach there the day before Thanksgiving. Stepping into my hometown, I couldn't help but recall all the childhood memories I made here. The green paddy field still stood there, making our house the only shelter on the outskirts. But due to poor maintenance, I could see the house losing its usual luster. We knocked on the door, and my mom opened it in one go like she was waiting right on the other side. She hugged me tightly and then looked at my dad. "Hi, James. Please come in." We stepped in, and I introduced her to Melissa. Surprisingly, my mom went close to her and hugged her as well. My dad and I were both shocked to see her react so calmly. We all sat down and started to talk. My mom served us homemade lemonade, and after a long time, I felt my family was complete. But this feeling didn't last long as I realized my mom hasn't changed entirely. Though she was constantly bringing up topics involving an incident of their married life and trying to make Melissa feel like an outsider. She went to the kitchen, and my dad started apologizing to Melissa for my mom's mean behavior. I could see them regretting coming here, and I too felt this year's Thanksgiving is not going to be how I expected. I told my dad that we will leave the next morning ASAP. He went to the kitchen, probably to tell my mom not to bring up the past in front of Melissa. I took Melissa to my room to cheer up her mood. Getting our support and attention, Melissa's mood elevated, and we were laughing and talking like before. 10 minutes went by when my mom came in and stopped. She stared at me and Melissa with a cold face and said, "Oh, you are here. I was looking for you everywhere. You know, Melissa, my daughter is a sweetheart. She and I spent a huge time decorating this room. She often said how no one can replace me in her life. You know what, Daisy? Your daughter is right. No one can replace a mother, but sadly you had such a beautiful family, and you ruined it all." Melissa walked out of the room like a badass, and I saw my mom's face turn red. Somehow, she got a long-needed lesson, and we all sat down for an awkward Thanksgiving dinner. While having the turkey, I found a wishbone. I decided to split it with my dad. My mom said to me, "Be careful what you wish for," and smiled. Honestly, I wished what any daughter would, harmony between my mom and my dad so that I don't have to choose between them. Somehow, we finished the rest of the dinner and went to bed. It was around 3 a.m. when I heard heavy breathing falling on my face. I opened my eyes and saw my mom standing near my bed in the dark. What are you doing here?" I shouted in fear. She gave a very bizarre smile, and her one eye twisted, making her look creepy. Then she said in a calm voice, "I know you wished for our family to be happy again, didn't you, pumpkin?" Before I could reply to her question, my eyes went to her hands, and I saw she was holding something in both her hands, and water was dripping from those things. I jumped through the switchboard on the other side and turned on the light. "What have you done? You don't have to choose anymore, pumpkin. Now you will have me by your side forever. What is Thanksgiving without thanking our loved ones for their sacrifice? I am thankful to your father and this expletive for sacrificing their life to reunite a mother to her daughter." I couldn't keep my sanity anymore. I picked up the night lamp and hit my psycho mom hard on the head. She wasn't expecting this and fell on the floor screaming in pain. I went on hitting her until her brain matter came out. She took away everything from me, and now the one person whom I loved the most, my poor innocent dad. When I was done with my anger, I called 911 myself, smeared in my mother's blood. I waited for the cops to arrive. I am the youngest woman prisoner in this high-security facility with a supposed chance of parole, maybe. But I am not going to ask for it. I am going to spend my entire life in this dark cell because I have no one to call family now. The outside world is way scarier than the world inside this prison, and I have had enough. No more family, no more Thanksgiving for me, that goes without saying. Before I get started telling you about the worst night of my life, which was actually supposed to be the best night of my life, I have to give you a little bit of backstory to make it make sense. You see, the man I ended up marrying is the exact opposite of the men I dated in my younger years. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm a recovered drug addict, but that should also tell you something about the people I used to hang around and, at some points, date. I wasn't raised in the nicest of neighborhoods, and I didn't have the kind of parents that cared what I did or where I went. I was lucky if I came home and there was actually food in the fridge. I ended up dropping out at 14 and moving in with my boyfriend at the time. He was 23. Yeah, I know what you're all thinking. A 23-year-old with a 14-year-old girl is gross and in no way okay. But I was 14. I thought it was cool that an older guy wanted to be with me. My parents didn't even question where I was going when they saw me moving things out of the house, so I just figured everything was fine. My friends from school kept telling me not to move in with him, but I thought they were just jealous. So I did it anyway and cut all of them out of my life. Now, we'll call this guy that I moved in with Danny. Danny was a meth addict. I say was, but honestly, I'm 99% sure that he still is. The house I moved into was completely disgusting, with rotting floors, mold everywhere, and random people coming in and out all day and during all hours of the night. Part of me regretted moving in with him, but I was stubborn and didn't want to prove my friends right. Besides, life with Danny was fun, or so my 14-year-old self thought. We would smoke all the time. He got me whatever I wanted, by shoplifting, of course, and he was nice to me. Well, not actually nice to me. He would compliment me and tell me how amazing I was and that he loved me, but at the same time, he would hit me whenever he got high. He always apologized after, and I always forgave him. After all, I had nowhere to go, and he always reminded me that no one would ever love me as much as he did. Well, I bet you can guess what happened next. I eventually got hooked on meth. I was 15 when he first asked me if I wanted to try it. I said no a few times, but he kept pressuring me and begging me just to try it, and I finally gave in. I couldn't describe the exact feeling to you even if I wanted to. All I knew was that I needed to feel that feeling again. I think I finally realized I had a problem about a year in when I couldn't stop. I had to have it. I couldn't even go half a day without getting high, and it was all I thought about, and it completely consumed me. One day, I ran into one of my childhood friends who was a few years older than me at the store when I was about 18 years old. She just gasped when she saw me. Her mouth was wide open as she stared at me, and I knew why. I looked horrible. My teeth were rotting, my hair was disgusting, the clothes I wore were ratty. I was gross, and I have no problem admitting that. It is what it is. When she finally managed to speak, all she said was, "What happened to you?" At that moment, all I felt was shame. I wanted to shrivel up in a little ball and disappear. We actually ended up talking for a few hours that day, and for some reason, I told her everything that had happened in the few years since we last talked. She listened to me, hugged me, and told me that she wanted to help me. Her husband worked at a rehabilitation center, and she was sure that she could get me in if I was willing. I honestly didn't think that I was ready for that, but I also knew that I probably would never be ready. I had this opportunity right in front of me to get help, and I knew so many people didn't have that, so I took it. I agreed to go to rehab. I left Danny that night, and when he found out where I was going, anger didn't even begin to cover how he felt. He beat me, threw all my stuff on the grass outside the house, lit it on fire, and told me dying was the only way I would ever be rid of him. I said nothing. I called my friend, and she and her husband were at the house in just under 10 minutes. Danny screamed and yelled as I got in the car. As we were driving away, he told me my life would be nothing without him. I left and I never looked back. I got through rehab and have been clean for the past 10 years. I won't lie to you and tell you that it's been easy, it hasn't. I was instructed by one of my therapists in rehab to move out of state so I wouldn't be surrounded by the same people and places that influenced me in the first place. So, I did as she said and moved to Montana. I went back to school, got my GED, and eventually went to college and graduated with a teaching degree. I got a job at the local elementary school teaching history and met the man I now call my husband. I never knew that I could be so happy, that a man could treat me so well, but there I was, the happiest I'd ever been in my life, with a stable job and in a serious, incredible relationship. When he asked me to marry him, I was overjoyed. I was so excited. I began planning immediately, and of course, the guest list would be on the small side, but that wasn't important. I was just happy to be getting married to the man of my dreams. The day the wedding rolled around, I was nervous, not cold feet nervous, just nervous and excited for the day and hoping that it would be as amazing as I thought it would be. I was wrong, and I'll tell you why. The ceremony went perfectly. We said our vows, everyone cried, including me, and it was amazing. It was everything I had dreamed of and more. Then came the reception. We booked a fairly small outdoor venue and paid to have those big party tents set up in case it started to rain and we would still be covered. People began making their toasts, and when the time came, my husband and I began our first dance together as husband and wife. As I held on to my husband's arm while we swayed to the music, I swore I was going crazy when I saw him. I knew it had to be a dumb joke my mind was playing on me, but it was no joke. He was really there, and I froze, terrified, as I watched him make his way toward me carrying something that was covered by a blood-soaked towel. I couldn't speak. I don't know why I couldn't, but no words would come out no matter how much I tried. Maybe it was a panic attack, but either way, I was desperately looking around at other people, hoping they noticed what was scaring me so bad. My husband was whispering something in my ear, but I couldn't even hear him. Everything was being tuned out, and the only thing I could focus on was Danny getting closer and closer to me with every step he took. Finally, someone noticed, and I was relieved when I saw my husband's brother get out of his seat and physically stop Danny from getting any closer to me. And that's when he did it. He uncovered what he was carrying and threw it right in my face. It hit me hard. Whatever it was heavy and wet and hit me with so much force I was on the ground in seconds. I couldn't believe what was happening. I looked down and noticed that I was covered in blood. The room started spinning, and I started hyperventilating. I could hear Danny screaming, but at that point, I couldn't focus enough on anything to tell what he was saying, and finally, I just passed out. When I woke up, I was in the back of an ambulance, getting my dress cut off so they could look for wounds. They weren't exactly sure if the blood was mine or if it all came from the pig's head. Yes, you read that right. Danny had actually thrown a severed pig's head directly at my face. I had a few cuts on my face from where the head hit me and had unfortunately swallowed some of the blood that had forced its way into my mouth on impact. My husband apparently insisted I be taken to the hospital to test for any diseases I may have gotten from it. After I passed out, a bunch of men in my husband's family tackled Danny to the ground and beat him severely until he was bloody and unconscious. When the police got there, they also just ended up taking him to the hospital as well, where he was treated for internal injuries from the beating. I was fine apart from the mental trauma and a couple of scrapes and bruises from where I was hit. My husband and I had a second ceremony a few months later, much smaller, at his parents' house to try to make up for the day that had been ruined for both of us, and it was perfect. It's just how I wanted my wedding day to be remembered. Now, Danny was sentenced to 5 years in prison with 5 years probation after his eventual release. I was relieved when I heard how long his sentence was. The mental trauma that I have has been awful, but my husband always makes me feel safe. He assured me that he would never let anything happen to me like that again, and I believed him. It wasn't his fault. We've been married now for 5 years, and I figured I'd tell this story now as Danny is set to be released in the coming months. Lately, all I do is pray to God that he isn't mad enough to pull something like that again or do something even worse. When I was 25, I had to move out of state for work. I still work with the company, but I've been able to move back to my hometown and work at the local office here. But at the time, I needed somewhere to live that wouldn't be bank-breaking. I made a posting on basically all the websites for a roommate, Instagram, Craigslist, Twitter, and even on my neighborhood subreddit. I had a guy named Chad reach out to me on Instagram stating he had a room available in his place. I looked at his pictures to see if he looked like a somewhat normal guy, and he did. I was open to the idea of having a male roommate as long as they seemed normal, even though my parents were very against it. Chad and I FaceTimed, during which he gave me a virtual tour of the place. Apparently, he owned the place outright. It was a modest house in the middle of town, only a 15-minute drive from where my office would be. He also seemed pretty nice. I didn't get any bad vibes at all. His price was fair, and his rules were pretty fair too. He said it was available to move in right away, which was perfect. So it was settled. A week later, I had all my things packed and drove down. I met Chad right out front of the house where he greeted me and handed me a key. The first thing I noticed about him was that he was really short, eye level with me. He helped me bring some of the bigger and heavier bags inside. He showed me my room, which was already furnished. He said one of his friends had been living there and recently moved out. I replaced all the pillows and bed sheets with my own, of course. The rest of that day was spent settling in. Chad, I could see, was trying to get to know me and presumably make me feel at home. I didn't get any overly friendly vibes yet. The next day was Sunday. Chad offered to drive me around town to show me around. I wasn't eager to, but I said sure just to get off on a good start with him. He drove us around town, showing me where the good shopping centers and restaurants were. But then he offered to get us lunch. I really wasn't hungry, and he was suggesting a sit-down lunch, almost like a date. I didn't want him to get any kind of wrong idea. I just needed a room. I said I wasn't hungry, and then he right away suggested we go grab drinks somewhere instead. I politely shot it down too, saying I don't drink on work nights. He was being a bit pushy, saying, "Come on, just a couple drinks." I still maintained my politeness and said another time. He gave up and went really quiet all of a sudden, like he was upset. I'll admit, I was slightly uncomfortable, but nothing I couldn't handle yet. That week was my first week at work, so my attention was focused mostly on adjusting to the work week. It wasn't until a few days into the week that I got home, did my laundry, and noticed my hamper full of clothes seemed moved, like the clothes weren't how I remembered they were left. And it wasn't until I was loading the washing machine that I noticed a pair of my underwear was missing. I checked my room top to bottom like 5 times. It was gone. I had a disturbing thought. What if Chad? No, I refused to believe that just yet, and there was no chance in hell I would confront him and ask him that. Still, I was now starting to wish there was a lock on the bedroom door. That weekend, I bought a lockable doorknob from Ace Hardware, and while Chad wasn't home, I swapped out the current doorknob with the new one. Now I could leave the place in peace. I figured I'd tell Chad the next time I saw him. He didn't come home that night, though. He must have been working. His schedule seemed pretty random. That night, I awoke to banging on my bedroom door. It was Chad. He was saying my name, and he didn't sound happy. I checked the time, and it was like 1:30 in the morning. I decided I would pretend I was asleep. I was honestly kind of scared to open the door. I had a feeling it had to do with the doorknob, and I was right. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of texts from Chad saying, "We need to talk. Be home after work." I simply responded, "Is this about the doorknob?" And he responded back, "Yes." I apologized to him and said I was planning on telling him. He replied back, "It comes off today." I was getting incredibly nasty and weird vibes from his tone. My next response I thought out a little longer and basically said how I hoped he could sympathize and understand that I'm a girl and I just feel safer being able to have privacy in my room. He responded a little nicer this time, but he still basically said no to my request and that the old doorknob needs to go back on. I was confused and upset, but I had to respect his rules. I did also install it without telling him, so I felt like he had a right to be kind of mad. But how did he know I changed it? It's not like I had the old doorknob sitting out in the open. The idea that he tried coming into my room that night kind of scared me. I changed the doorknob back the next day and returned to Ace. This is where things went really downhill, though. There was a knock at the door one day when Chad wasn't home. It was a girl around my age. She asked me if I was living here with Chad, and I said yes. She warned me to get out of there immediately, that Chad has multiple restraining orders against him from different girls and he's known to be a very dangerous, creepy stalker. I was at a loss for words. I asked her how she knew I was here. She said she knew that he was trying to rent his room and that it's not surprising he opted to have a girl move in. She said she saw me moving in and wanted to wait till he wasn't home to come warn me. I thanked her so much. I truly was terrified now. I had already paid Chad for the entire month, and I didn't know what to do. She said she would help me in any way she could. I took her number, and she left. I started packing my things and looking for other places I could move to. I found something across town, a studio apartment sublet for a little more money. I contacted the poster of the ad, and she told me I could move in as soon as possible. Perfect. Now I just needed to tell Chad and get my money back. I started packing some of my stuff into my car, and I texted him that I'd have to be moving out tomorrow as something with my family came up and I needed to go home. He didn't answer. He got back to the house about an hour later and asked me about my text. I came up with my best fake story possible, and he said he'll give me the money back tomorrow after he goes to the bank. I was super relieved. About an hour later, he knocked on my door and then said, "Did by some chance some girl say something to you?" I simply said, "No, what do you mean?" And he said, "Never mind. It just seems like you're running away out of here for another reason." I insisted that it was purely because of the family reasons. He said okay and left. Sadly, the story didn't end there. I woke up that night and screamed at the top of my lungs when I saw a black figure sitting on the end of the bed. It was Chad. He turned and put his hand on my mouth and went, "Shoo." I said, "Please don't hurt me," and he responded, "Why would I hurt you? I knew someone said something to you. Don't believe what these girls say." I said, "You're scaring me, and this part is still just as insane to me as it was in that moment." He started to caress my leg and he said, "I don't mean to scare you," right after I said he was scaring me. I got out of the bed and ran for the door, and he screamed at me to stop. I ran outside with my phone in hand and called the police. I hid in the bush until they showed up and I explained the entire situation to them. They made Chad come outside and give his side of the story. Basically, I told them I just want to get all my stuff out of the room and I'm leaving. So the cops stayed there as I collected the remainder of my stuff and brought it all to my car. I also insisted on Chad then owing me the money back while the police were there, and he did so. Actually, the whole time the police were there he tried his best to act like some normal dude. I could tell one of the officers then pulled me to the side to tell me that this guy had been arrested before for other incidents with women, but Chad denied ever coming in my room or touching me or anything, so it was all he said, she said. I left the house and went straight to a hotel for the night. The next day I moved into the studio apartment. Luckily, the girl who posted it was able to facilitate my quick move-in. I have never, and will never, live with another man who's not my boyfriend or husband ever again, or just anyone I don't know for that matter. My friends and I live in a very nice area. Try and picture the quintessential suburban neighborhood. It's relatively quiet, and people are used to the secluded, isolated feel it provides, the last place you'd expect anything dangerous to really happen. With the exception of what I'm about to tell you, my town radiated the calming silence you'd eventually come to crave. This happened a few summers ago, and as much as I try to resist it, I will never be able to erase the memory from my mind. Anyway, my friend Daniel and I had always been those kids who tried to cause trouble wherever we could. Looking back, I struggled to justify our behavior. I guess it was our teenage manifestation of a rebellious spirit or something like that. We lived on the same street and hung out after school every single day. Because our neighborhood consisted of nothing but very large houses and towering trees, we didn't usually have much to do on weekdays unless we wanted to journey a few towns over. so we ended up making our own fun most of the time. In our neighborhood, there was a well-known mansion at the top of a hill that had been abandoned for as long as people could remember. It wasn't really special. Every kid who lived in my town had been inside. The rooms were essentially stripped of anything of value, and finding a wall that wasn't coated with multiple layers of spray paint was almost impossible. It was especially creepy because it stood at the edge of a massive cemetery. For Daniel and me, this cemetery mansion was a kind of default, a plan B if you will. If we had nothing else to do, we'd throw some graffiti up inside her or just smoke and chill on the roof. This was one of those nights. It was like 3 a.m. on a Wednesday, and Daniel and I had just been flaked on by a couple of girls that we made plans with. The two of us were kind of upset, so we figured chucking rocks at the cemetery mansion would be a decent way to release some energy. Had we been sober, we might have been more cautious about doing something so stupid. But it was late, it was summer, and we didn't care. I convinced Daniel not to drive. We were more than a little drunk, and after about a 20-minute walk, we crested the hill and were met with a familiar yet eerie sight. Vines twisting and hanging down the muddied bricks, most of the windows shattered, menacing points at the tip of the roof, definitely a sinister feel, especially at such an ungodly hour of the night. Without warning, Daniel picked up a stone and chucked it towards the house. It sailed gracefully before smashing through one of the fourth-floor windows. It was difficult to confirm in the low light of the moon and surrounding streetlights, but the deafening sound of the shattering glass confirmed it. Gleefully, I picked up a rock and did the same, puncturing one of the second-floor windows. Before the mansion's fourth floor, there was a single small window, probably an attic, that stood lonely as the highest room in the house. Daniel challenged me to hit it. I missed a good 10 throws before giving up with an aggravated sigh. Daniel grinned, picked up a rock, and said, "Watch this." He took a long look at the tiny target and launched it. I watched in awe as the rock flew through the air, shattering the attic window with a satisfying crash. I was shocked. The two of us stood there for a second, admiring what just happened. Daniel was about to pick up another rock when I, still looking at the shattered window, saw a dark object fly out of the emptiness and sail down towards us. I literally jumped, confused as to what I just saw. Daniel and I looked down at the rock that had just landed on the gravel in front of us, the exact same rock Daniel had just thrown. It was easily recognizable, as it had a sort of Z imprint on one of its faces. The two of us stood there in silence, obviously a little shaken up. It was really late for other kids to be doing the same thing we were, but that was the only explanation we could come up with. We agreed that it must have been a group of teenagers trying to mess with us, an idea that actually excited us. The devious grins on our faces told the story. We were going to try and get the jump on them before they could scare us. The two of us quietly made our way to the front door, ducking under a thick vine that hung from the towering pillars above. The door was slightly ajar, but it always was. It had long since been misaligned from its hinges and didn't close properly. As quietly as we could, we stepped inside, our eyes adjusting to the minimal light and our noses to the smell of mildew and rotting wood. We slowly made our way up the creaky stairs, unable to silence the sound of shifting wood beneath our feet. We had made it to the fourth floor and were positioned at the base of the final staircase. Interestingly, we had never been up there. The entrance to the roof was on the opposite side of the house, and this room must have eluded us. Daniel took the lead, and I followed directly behind. The staircase led to a small wooden door, which we presumed was the attic door. Daniel put a hand on the doorknob and even looked back at me. I nodded, and in one fluid motion, he flung the door open. Before I could even see anything, I was struck by the smell that made me take a few reactionary steps backward. It was disgusting. It smelled like death and rot. Something was clearly decaying in that room. Daniel covered his nose and entered. I was a little more hesitant to do so, but I decided that I'd rather be by his side than alone on a pitch-black staircase. The sight was even worse than the smell. We found ourselves staring at a tiny room, the floor of which had a white pentagram painted on it. There were a few unlit candles and a closet door that we didn't open. The smell seemed to be emanating from that closet, and I was worried Daniel would want to investigate more. To our surprise, the room was void of people. I had had enough, though. This was really starting to freak me out, and I couldn't fight the urge to leave any longer. I turned towards the door, and that's when I saw it. I looked down the staircase and saw two cloaked figures looking back up at me. I cursed and ran towards Daniel. Just then, we heard stomping up the stairs from behind us, panicking as the stomping got closer to the door. I was prepared to fend off whoever it was, bracing myself for a fight. Just then, Daniel yelled at me, "Dude, come on." I whipped around to see Daniel halfway out of the shattered window, presumably stepping onto the roof. I hurriedly did the same, and the second I made it onto the roof, I heard the door forcefully open. We ran across the roof to the entrance we knew about, not wanting to wait to see if we were being followed. Had this situation not been so dire, I don't know if I would have been able to go through with our plan. The darkness made it nearly impossible to see. One wrong step, and we would have been sent tumbling to our deaths. I followed close behind Daniel, and we made it to the roof entrance. It was a little hatch that led to a ladder. Daniel failed to open the hatch up. It was locked from the inside. Just then, we heard a booming voice ring out from somewhere in the distance. "They went that way," yelled the freakishly deep voice. To this day, it was the scariest thing I've ever heard anyone say. Without thinking, I stomped on the hatch as hard as I could with my right foot, and it gave way in a crash loud enough to reveal our position to anyone in the house, let alone someone chasing us on the roof. The force of the impact caused me to fall into the hole, and had it not been for my hands reflexively grabbing the ladder, I wouldn't have been seriously hurt. Daniel screamed at me to go, so I climbed down as fast as I could, trying to ignore the pain in my leg. The two of us sprinted down the other staircase and burst out the back door, jumping the fence and running into the cemetery. Daniel seemed to be fine. He was literally laughing. I, on the other hand, was so scared I could barely think. I never thought squatting behind a gravestone in a cemetery could be so comforting. Daniel and I maintained a watchful eye on the mansion, half expecting someone to be following us. We waited, and just when we thought the coast was clear, we saw a group of 4 or 5 cloaked figures circling the property, frantically searching under bushes and trees. The two of us crept closer into the cemetery until we were sure there was no chance we could be spotted in the darkness. We hopped the backside fence and haven't been back to that house since. I can only assume that we stumbled upon some kind of cult meeting or ritual. Why they decided to do it in an abandoned house is something I still ask myself. I was working as a waiter at Waffle House, choosing to work the 3rd shift because I had the best hourly pay and brought in pretty good tips due to us being the only 24/7 diner in the entire town. It took me about a year to save up enough money to rent a place in the city and get out of the middle of nowhere, but in that time, I saw quite a few things that still stick with me to this day. By and large, most of the customers I had were truckers and other random people traveling on the interstate through the middle of the night. The town was just a stopover point, not a destination. The so-called locals consisted of farmers and ranchers from the surrounding area, and anyone else like me worked in the fast food and hotel chains clustered around the interstate exit. The final and yet most characteristic residents of that depressing cesspit of a town were the vagrants, hitchhikers, tweakers, and destitute opportunists that had been stranded with us. They could be stuck there from anywhere to a few days to several years, clinging to the parking lots and awnings that were the only meager shelter for dozens of miles in any direction, panhandling for whatever they could until they got lucky enough to get a ride to somewhere else. Really, the only stressful part of my job was dealing with these people. In the beginning, I tried to be empathetic. After all, they are human. However, it didn't take long to end up like my usual coworker, the cook who had been there for 10 years and had seen just about everything. His name was Tony, and the only thing separating him from them was a steady position at the grill. Nobody ever got a chair thrown at them, as far as I know, but Tony was prone to throwing turners and other utensils at anyone who got on his bad side. I usually followed his lead based on his body language. He knew who was trouble and who wasn't. However, even with Tony as a reliable backup, things sometimes got out of hand. There was this one night that I'll never forget. I don't remember what day of the week it was, but all I know was that it had been unusually slow that night. It was around 3 a.m. when this guy walked in, and even I knew something was not right about him. He was wearing soiled clothes and a completely torn-up jacket, covered head to toe in dust, and he was in a completely panicked state of mind. The weird thing was that he said nothing as he ran past us, clutching his right arm to his chest, and immediately locking himself in the bathroom. Tony and I rolled our eyes at the same time, thinking, "Here we go again." Although I think we both had a feeling this wasn't a regular hobo bathroom emergency or a tweaker looking for a private place to do their thing. That's when I asked Tony, "Doesn't he kind of look familiar?" He brushed it off at first, but then after a short conversation, we realized that he had been inside about 2 hours ago, desperately asking all the customers for rides until eventually, we had to kick him out for being a disturbance. It seemed he obviously hadn't had any luck getting a ride, but something else had happened to him too. I became worried. If that guy needed help, it would be a while before an ambulance could get to him and even longer for them to take him to a hospital. Tony told me to take care of it, so I ran to check on the only customer we had in the store at the time and got them on their way. When I took the bathroom keys and went to check on our stranger in distress, I knocked on the door pretty loud. I asked if everything was okay. There was a pause, then finally a distraught voice answered me, "I think I'm really hurt. I just need a ride." Suddenly, I knew something was seriously wrong. The sound of his voice made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I fumbled with the key ring as I told him I was about to open the door. "Sir, if you need help, I have to come in there," I shouted. "No," the stranger screamed. "You have to come get me." I stopped for a second, confused, but then I snapped out of it and shoved the key in the lock. I turned it and opened the door to a terrifying sight. The bathroom was empty, completely empty. No injured man, no blood, no dust, just nothing. It was as clean as it had been since I last cleaned it, as if nobody had been in there at all. In fact, it even looked cleaner than that. "What's going on in there?" Tony shouted from the kitchen. I was just at a loss. I let the bathroom door close and stepped back. I looked at Tony and told him the truth. "There's nobody in there," I said. "Don't give me that," Tony shouted. "See for yourself." I told him, and he did. He stormed over and barged through the bathroom door. I saw him go blank, just like I did, when he saw it, the impossible absence of a person. He turned around and looked inside the women's room too, but again, nothing. Nobody in there. In raw disbelief, we gathered ourselves behind the counter. We interrogated each other uselessly, thinking one of us must have let him slip by unnoticed. However, we both knew we had been on high alert since the second he came in. There was no way either of us would have missed him leaving within a fraction of a second. Our conversation ended abruptly when we both saw the same thing out of the corner of our eyes. The stranger was somehow outside, looking at us through the window. He still had his right arm stuffed out of sight, but now, as we got a better view of his face, we saw that wasn't his only problem. His face was bloody, like he'd been hit with a brick. His nose was broken, his lip was split and missing a piece, showing us his cracked and missing teeth. One of his eyes seemed completely swollen over, but the one that was open was gushing blood. Tony and I didn't move a muscle. We didn't even breathe for a second. After a few horrible seconds of realizing what was happening, I finally thought to call 911. But as soon as the idea occurred to me, the man started to move. He turned to the side and started to limp across the big front window. We watched him in silence as he made it all the way to the corner of the window, where it wrapped around to the other side. "What the hell?" I whispered, only for Tony to quickly shush me. It was at that moment I saw he had gone pale and wide-eyed, which only terrified me even more. Something about this man had gotten through Tony's defenses, and that meant we were not prepared. Before we could say anything else, we heard a crash from the back room. We both ran inside and searched for the source of the noise. It was coming from the walk-in freezer. Somebody was tearing things up and freaking out. Tony ran up there and threw open the door, and there he was, the guy. He had ripped open a box of burger patties and was clutching a handful of meat, pressing it to his right arm like an ice pack. When he saw us, he froze. The patties dropped from his hand and revealed the condition of his arm. His hand was stuck in a thumbs-up position, but his wrist had been snapped clean off, and his hand was dangling from the rest of his arm by a thread of skin. After a terrifying moment of deer-in-headlight stares, the stranger bolted from the freezer, crashing through both me and Tony. He sprinted outside, screaming, before we had a chance to react. I stumbled to my feet as Tony ran out to the dining area, locked the front doors, and switched off all the lights. Then he pushed me back into the back room and started yelling at me. "How could you leave the back door unlocked?" he yelled. "No, look. It's still locked." I pointed to the back door, and sure enough, it was locked now. Absolutely nothing was making sense, but we gave up on trying to decipher it for the rest of the night until the sun came up and the morning crew came in. We kept the doors locked and stayed out of sight. When we were finally freed from our nightmare of a shift and set out into the world, we noticed the train of police and paramedics on the freeway right outside of town. We asked around only to find out that a man had been killed in a hit-and-run right there at the off-ramp not even 1,000 feet from the Waffle House. He died sometime after midnight, but his body lay on the shoulder undiscovered until daylight. His corpse was mangled, but his thumb was still sticking straight up from trying to hitch a ride. Of course, by the afternoon, they had scraped him off the pavement and washed away his blood until the spot where he died was cleaner than I'd ever seen it. This hands down has got to be the creepiest story on the channel. Sometimes kid drawings could look innocent, but when you dive into the true meaning behind the drawing, you can really discover some terrifying things. Here you see an innocent-looking cat, but when you see what happens at the end of the story, you may question your sanity. Here's what it looked like. Most kids developed strange habits at some point during their childhood, imaginary friends, eccentric rituals, or other strange compulsive behaviors. They can be brought on by just about anything, and the only limit is the imagination of the child. So, I'm sure you can imagine my bewilderment when my teenage daughter started seeing the ghost of our recently deceased cat. Now, the teenage years of a kid's life is about the time when they start finding reasons to be mad and indignant with authority as they begin to voice their disagreements with their parents. But all that stuff is usually over things like curfews, bedtimes, and chores, not about a disagreement over whether or not the cat is still alive. I knew that cat was dead for a fact. I was the one who tried to catch it when it broke out of the house and ran out in front of a speeding car, getting itself turned to roadkill. I was the one who scraped it off the street and buried it in the backyard. Despite that, my daughter managed to find a way to blame me for the cat's death because I scared it or something. I didn't care, though. I didn't get mad back or anything like that because on a deeper level, I understood what my daughter was going through, and to some extent, I did agree that some of her stress was my fault. I'd recently taken a new job opportunity that required my family to move to a different city. My daughter detested this because she had been very involved with her old school. I felt bad, so I tried to make it up to her. I bought her a phone and a desktop computer for her room so she could stay in touch with her old friends over that internet thing the kids were all talking about. My wife and I even took her to the pound and let her pick out a cat for us to adopt. These things combined seemed to do the trick with keeping our daughter happy. However, when the cat died, things became worse than ever. At first, it just seemed like she was not properly processing the grief. For a few days, she didn't say anything. She didn't go to school. All she did was draw. I'd go into her room from time to time to remind her to study and stay caught up, but it was like she didn't even notice my presence. She just kept drawing pictures of the cat, like a little kid with a brand new box of crayons. Except her drawings of the cat were actually pretty good. When she finally started talking again, my wife and I wanted to celebrate, but we couldn't because our daughter wasn't talking to us, she was talking to the cat. I'm so glad you came back, precious. You really are precious, aren't you? Yes, you are. Who are you talking to, Sweeney? I'm talking to Precious, obviously. She came back. I guess that means you have to start buying cat food again. Don't forget she's so hungry. My wife and I were taken aback. Our daughter had never had an imaginary friend before, so it was that much stranger to see her develop one now, or at least that's the way things looked. We tolerated the strangeness for the time being. However, as our daughter at least seemed to be happier, she started to go back to school again, which we felt was good. The only problem was that when she came home from school every day, she would start doing her old routine of taking care of the cat, dishing out some food and water, petting it, talking to it, and carrying it around, except there was nothing there. She was just pantomiming. Still, we appeased her and got a few cans of cat food, thinking that she would surely come to her senses at any moment. But that's not what happened. We watched her set the food out, and the next day it would be gone. We didn't have a dog, so to us, there was only one explanation. Wendy, we need to talk. We've noticed that you've been talking to yourself lately, and we're worried. And about the cat food, you haven't been eating it, have you? Oh my God, no. What, do you need glasses? Precious has been eating it, obviously. But Precious isn't here anymore, sweetheart. She's not coming back. What do you mean? She's right here in my arms. You guys are so blind, I can't stand you. My wife and I just didn't have a clue on what to do. That night, I was losing sleep, stuck awake worrying that my daughter had gone crazy. That's when I heard a noise from downstairs that sounded exactly like a cat sharpening its claws, tearing up some fabric. My wife had managed to get to sleep, so I dared not ruin her rest. I jumped up out of bed, threw on my robe, and walked downstairs by myself. I found the back of the living room sofa had been torn to shreds, like a neurotic feline with abandonment issues had been locked in there alone. I was immediately flushed with a mixture of frustration and horror. Then a door upstairs slammed shut. I knew that it was my daughter's room. I rushed upstairs. But instead of barging into the room, I stalled. I saw two shadows shifting, the light spilling out from beneath the door. I heard my daughter talking to herself again, but this time I heard meowing in response. I quietly shuffled up to the door and put my ear against it. I swear I could hear purring. When I thought I'd heard enough, I swung open the door, somehow thinking that I'd see some random stray cat living in my daughter's room. But of course, there was nothing. She was just laying on her bed, acting like she was holding something, petting it, smiling at it, and kissing it. I gasped in complete shock at the sight of my daughter acting like a schizophrenic. Wendy jumped up in surprise when she noticed me. "What are you doing? Haven't you heard of knocking?" "What? But what are you doing? It's a school night, you should be sleeping." At a loss for words to say or actions to take, I very awkwardly retreated back through the doorway and gently closed the door. I listened in again. But she turned the light off and didn't make any more noise. The next day, after I'd gotten home from work and Wendy was back from school, I thought I'd try something. I found a camera I'd gotten from a relative the previous Christmas, a regular old film camera with most of the shots left in it from the first film reel we'd ever loaded into it. "So, Wendy, I know we've been having some disagreements about Precious. You believe she's still around, and your mother and I believe that she isn't. I thought of a good way that we could find out once and for all who's really right, with pictures. Okay, let me go get her." She left the room to retrieve the cat, returning with her arms stretched out in a weird position as though she was holding a fully grown house cat. She smiled, and I framed up the camera, then snapped the picture. When the flash went off, along with the click of the mirrors inside the camera, Wendy flinched and dropped her arms. Oh no! That scared her. She ran off in pursuit of the phantom feline. I wasn't able to get Wendy to take any more pictures with the cat. Apparently, it was thoroughly frightened by the sight and sound of the camera. One was all I needed, though. I took the film roll to the photo lab and had it developed as soon as possible. I waited until my wife and my daughter were both home before opening the envelope. We were all sitting on the couch together when it was revealed. Wendy was ecstatic. To this day, I still can't explain it. I've stopped trying. The picture I took, even though I saw that there was no cat when I took that photo, contained a flawless image of Precious sprawled out in my daughter's arms, exactly the way it would have been if it had really been there. This image is allegedly the same image taken by the family of the daughter and her quote-unquote invisible cat. When the family got the picture developed, this is what they found. This is just downright terrifying, as the cat seemingly appears in the girl's hands despite nothing being there when the photo was taken. This was something that happened so long ago that a lot of details are a little blurry. It's not like it happened yesterday. I'll try my best to fill in smaller details that I don't fully remember with how I best remember things played out. It was the last day of school. I was in the 4th grade. 4th grade was the last year in our elementary school where kids had to be picked up by their parents. 5th graders were allowed to walk home on their own. My mom would always be the one to pick me up on the last day of school. My friend Dante and I had a playdate planned to celebrate the last day of school. Dante wasn't in my class this year, but we had been friends since kindergarten. He was in a different dismissal hallway from me. After school was over, we single-filed lined up and walked to the exit door at the end of the hall where we waited outside by our teacher, Miss Cayley. I waited for Dante's dad to appear from the crowd of parents shuffling in and out of the parking lot next to the doors. Then I heard my name, Titus, Titus. I looked over and saw a man waving at me. As he approached, he introduced himself as Dante's uncle and said he was picking me up. I went over to Miss Cayley and said, "I'm being picked up." She asked, "Where is he, sweetie?" and I pointed to Dante's uncle who waved at Miss. Miss Cayley dismissed me, and I went with the man. He led us through the crowd and was a very quick and jittery talker, like he spoke fast and had a bit of a stutter. He was walking incredibly fast. It was almost hard to keep up with him with my backpack on. He explained to me that his brother, or Dante's dad, was working later than expected, so he was driving me back. We got to his car, which was a dark red hatchback type car from what I remember. It took me this long to acknowledge the giant elephant in the room. Where was Dante? Why weren't we picking him up too? The man turned to look at me in the back seat and said that Dante was already at his house. I was shy around people I didn't know, especially adults, and I wasn't one to openly speak my mind if I was confused, but I was very confused. This was making less and less sense the whole drive. The man kept yapping, telling stories of his days in elementary, asking me questions like what sports I played, what we were learning in class. If I had to guess, we were in the car for about 10 minutes, which honestly, for our town where houses were right on top of each other, was a while. My house was a 5-minute walk away from the school, and we were definitely in an area I wasn't familiar with. When he parked the car in front of his house looked pretty normal to me from what I remember. He led us inside and shut the door, locking it behind us. It was really, really dark inside the place, and I realized why all the curtains were shut. It almost felt like it was nighttime in there, especially because the only source of light was a dim lamp in the corner of the room. He then looked at me and smiled. I asked, "Where's Dante?" and he started acting really jittery and nervous seeming. He said something like, "Oh, I think he's downstairs playing video games. Give me a second. Wait here." He then disappeared into a nearby room, and I heard a door open and then footsteps descending into a basement. I know my heart was already racing. I knew I was in danger. I went to the door to quietly try to open it, but I couldn't. It had some kind of lock that must have needed a key. I really started to panic now. Yet, I still probably held out a little bit of hope that Dante would be coming up those stairs, but I knew the chances of that were slim. I regretted entering that house. I did the only thing I could think to do. I went to the kitchen and found a phone hung on the wall. I picked it off the receiver and dialed 911. The first thing I said when they answered was, in a whisper, "Please come to this house. I've been kidnapped." They heard me, they acknowledged me, but I didn't say another word. I hid the phone under a towel in the corner of the room with 911 still on the line. I hurried back to where the man left me as I heard his footsteps coming back upstairs. Then he called my name, saying, "Come down. Dante is down here." Then there was a pause. He repeated my name, and when I didn't answer, he came up the stairs fully to look at me. He asked me if I was okay. I felt so sick and was so scared. I hated myself for walking into the situation and not being wiser. I asked in a very scared voice if I could leave, and I remember the change in his face. His fake friendly smile disappeared as he realized that I was no longer falling for this. He walked closer to me in a gentle manner until he was close enough to grab my wrist aggressively, and he started pulling me towards the basement. I screamed and cried and he screamed at me, "I'll let you go if you stop and behave." So I listened. I went down the stairs, and halfway down, the door slammed shut behind me and I heard it lock. I walked fully down the stairs to an empty, unfinished basement with a concrete floor and one singular support beam in the middle of the room. There was a depressing yellow glow in the room from one exposed light bulb hanging on the ceiling. If there was a place you'd imagine kidnapped children to go, this would be it. Med shut behind me and I heard it lock. I walked fully down the stairs to an empty, unfinished basement with a concrete floor and one singular support beam in the middle of the room. There was a depressing yellow glow in the room from one exposed light bulb hanging on the ceiling. If there was a place you'd imagine kidnapped children to go, this would be it. I heard his heavy footsteps upstairs. You could hear everything in this house. I don't know what he was doing, but I heard him walking around for a while. Then he came to the basement door, opened it, and called down asking if I'm hungry. I replied, no, not wanting him to go into the kitchen and see the missing phone. He shut the door and locked it again. I sat down there, waiting with my heart in my throat. Then I heard it, the doorbell ringing 3 times from upstairs, followed by banging sounds, which were definitely the sounds of police banging on the door. I refrained from screaming until I heard the front door open, but I never heard the man's footsteps approach the door. The doorbell kept ringing and I kept hearing the bangs. This went on for some time until I heard a really loud bang sound and then multiple heavy footsteps and multiple screaming voices. I started screaming for help as loud as I could at the top of the stairs, banging on the door. The door was unlocked, and a police officer on the other side grabbed hold of me and hurried me outside. There were at least 3 cop cars outside. I had to tell everything to 2 of the cops outside as we waited for my parents to show up. The man from inside was brought outside and into a cop car in handcuffs. That was the last time I ever saw him. When my parents arrived on the scene, my mom was bawling her eyes out. There had already been a hullabaloo at the school as cops were called and Dante's dad realized what happened. This man was a work associate of Dante's father. When he somehow learned that Dante's dad would be picking Dante and me up from school on the last day, he seized the opportunity to do what he did, a complete sick. I don't know how he found out what I looked like. As I got older, I never really asked for more details because I try not to think about it. My mom went to counseling with me for months after this incident. Let's just say my parents didn't have kind words for Miss Kaylee for not verifying if I actually knew the person picking me up. If I didn't think to call the police before he basically threw me in that basement, I know for a fact I'd be dead right now. This was like 17 years ago. That man might be out of prison for all I know. It was December 31st, New Year's Eve. My friend Harry hired me to watch his dog, Bailey, for the weekend while he was out of town for the new year. I'm 34, he's 26, so I don't have that same urge to go out and party for New Year's Eve like he does. I was more okay with making some money and taking it easy for the night. New Year's Eve was on a Saturday. He left for the city early in the day. When I got there, he'd be back Sunday night. He left me with very basic instructions: just feed him and walk him twice a day, and keep him off the furniture. Bailey is a very small husky mix. I'm not sure what else she is, but she's about a third the size of a regular husky, and she's very quiet and well-behaved. Hence why Harry was okay with me watching her instead of a dog sitter. I brought a backpack which contained my laptop, charger, toiletries, and a change of clothes for Sunday. Harry and I don't go way back. We met through mutual friends and had started going out occasionally on the weekends ever since. I would be sleeping in the spare bedroom of his house on the futon. Throughout the day, I just did stuff on my laptop and played some of Harry's video games. Later in the night, I invited my girl over with Harry's permission. His response was, "You better not in my bed," a way of jokingly saying yes, she can come over. She said she'd be getting out of work after 12, but then she'd come straight over. Harry's house is about half an hour from us, so my girl Ratty wouldn't be getting there until late. I had to kill the time alone with Bailey, watching movies until then. We were in the living room, and Bailey was by my feet. It was probably 9 p.m. when the doorbell rang. I went to answer the door, and it was a girl at the door. She looked about 30. She had a hoodie on and was holding a jacket. She introduced herself as Harry's girlfriend and said she left something here that she needed to grab. I offered to grab it if she wanted, and she said no, it's okay, she knew where it was in his room. I said okay, that's fine, and let her inside. She went straight upstairs to Harry's room and slightly closed the door behind her without latching it. I right away texted Harry, "I didn't know you had a girlfriend." She was in there for quite some time until she came back out, still holding her jacket. She came back down the stairs, thanked me, and was going straight for the door. I tried to stop her for a quick conversation, saying, "How long have you guys been dating?" And she said, "Too long," then laughed as if making a joke. I laughed too, and then she said, "Have a good night." I was a bit surprised by the interaction, but what I gathered from it was they had probably just recently broken up. Now I started to worry that maybe I shouldn't have let her in since Harry hadn't answered my text yet. I called him a few times before he picked up. He was out with his friends in a loud setting, so he could hardly hear me until he went outside to talk. I told him his girlfriend just came by to grab something, and he was completely bewildered at what I was saying. "Who are you talking about?" he said. I responded, "She said she was your girlfriend, I didn't get a name." He said in a yell, "You know I don't have a girlfriend." What did she look like? I started to feel really stupid just about now. I described the girl, and he said he had no idea who this could have been. I then proceeded to explain to him that she went upstairs to his room for a few minutes, then came back down. This was when he started freaking out. He told me to go up to his room now and check if she stole anything. Of course, I didn't know what was in his room beforehand, so he had me check for specific things, which all appeared to still be there. He tried hard to figure out who it could have been and said he'd call me back after he made some calls and sent me some pictures of different girls. Understandably, this was putting a damper on his night. I could tell he'd already been drinking, so I felt awfully stupid for letting some random girl into the house. He started sending me screenshots of different girls' Instagram accounts. None of them resembled the girl who came in. When I said no to all of them, he went silent for an hour. Then he texted me randomly, "I think I know who it was. Make sure she doesn't come back." I didn't ask any further questions. I responded, "Okay, my bad," and left it at that. Clearly, Harry was going through some serious girl drama, or so I thought. I watched the ball drop alone, not that I really cared about the new year or the ball drop at all. Later that night, Ratty finally made it over, and so we hung out in the living room together. I told her what happened, and she was shocked. But then a freakish coincidence happened. Bailey lifted her head and looked at the front door, and then there was a knocking at the door. Whoever it was didn't ring the bell. There was no shot I was opening it. I called Harry a bunch of times, but he didn't pick up. He was wasted and didn't even feel his phone vibrating. Ratty and I stayed quiet, and eventually, whoever it was went away. I was honestly unnerved now. Surely it was in connection to whoever that girl was earlier. Maybe it was even her again. Either way, I didn't want to get involved any further in what was going on. After this, we decided to migrate to the spare bedroom where we'd stay for the night on the futon. We had a movie on as we laid down, and I held her. We fell asleep in this position and woke up at some unknown hour in the night, which I later found out was less than an hour after we fell asleep. I woke to Bailey's howling. She was in the room with us. Ratty woke up after me. Bailey was at the bedroom door, with her tail wagging, howling. I whispered, "Bailey, shush." She looked at me and then came over, but she stayed staring at the door, now growling, making unhappy whimpering sounds. Then there were footsteps outside on the wood floors. We heard what had to be at least 2 pairs of footsteps tiptoeing to the door, and then the doorknob twisted. By force of habit, we had the door locked, thankfully, and a girl's voice said, "Harry." I looked at Ratty and signaled for her to stay quiet. That girl was not alone. Another light tap at the door, and then the girl's voice said, "Who's in there? This is Harry's house." I made the decision to say in a loud voice, almost a yell, "The cops have been on their way for a few minutes now, just so you know." The girl said, "Who are you?" I didn't bite. I whispered to Ratty to actually call the police, and she did. The entire time she whispered into the phone. I said loud and clear, "I dare you to do something, because by the time you do it, the cops will be running through the front door." I heard a whisper on the other side of the door, then multiple pairs of footsteps walking away from the door. We stayed in the room waiting for the cops to get there. Since the front door was left wide open by those people, the cops came right in. The house was clear by this point. I gave my entire recount of the story and then called Harry multiple times until he finally picked up, still sounding pretty drunk. One cop talked with him on the phone for a few minutes while I sat with Ratty speaking with another cop. After all this was said and done, the accepted assumption was that there was a key in Harry's room taken by that girl from hours before. This was a pretty messy situation since Harry couldn't just come all the way home this late. He practically begged me to stay the rest of the night. I had rather go home. I stayed because I felt responsible for letting that girl in the first place. I stayed locked in that room the rest of the night with Bailey. I literally wedged a chair against the front door, some half-ass attempt at keeping them out if they decided to return. By morning, though, it seemed that they didn't return. Harry came back earlier that day than originally planned. I'm not going to air out any more private information to the internet than I already have, just in case anyone who knows him can figure out this story is about him. But he did tell me who he thought the girl was, and the story behind it proves that men have to be careful too with the women they choose to interact with. That girl and whoever was with her's intention of breaking in wasn't to steal anything evidently, which is the scariest part. He changed his locks ASAP. I can't even imagine staying in that house if I were him after this. However, it's been a year and as far as I know, nothing has happened unless he's keeping more to the story he told me a secret. I'm a 21-year-old male, and this experience happened last summer while I was on vacation at Myrtle Beach with my family. We were staying in a resort right on the beach, on the 13th or 14th floor in a timeshare. One night, I was feeling restless and having a hard time falling asleep. At around 3 a.m., I decided to go out on the balcony to get some air. I stepped out and was stunned by the beauty of the full moon and the moonlight on the water. The beach was completely empty as far as I could see, and I had never seen it like that before. Since I couldn't sleep, I thought I might as well head down, take a stroll, and listen to some music to relax. Hopefully, when I returned, I'd be able to get some sleep. It was really unsafe and dumb of me, but since it was 3 a.m. and the rest of my family was asleep, I decided to head down without letting anyone know I was going. I thought I'd just go and chill there for 15 minutes and then come right back up. At the base of the timeshare, there was an area with a pool, an outdoor bar, and 2 boardwalks separated by about 100 feet, both leading to the beach. On the sides of the boardwalks, there were swaths of tall grass separating the ocean and the resort. When I got down to the base, the entire area was completely deserted, and I started walking down the boardwalk on the right towards the beach. As I walked down, I suddenly saw someone approaching me from the beach. This was strange because I had a pretty clear view of this same area from the balcony just before and had seen no one. I started to get a bit nervous as I saw this figure approach. As I got closer, I saw it was a man, maybe in his late 30s, who had a backpack on and was wearing glasses with large square lenses. As he got closer, I got a clearer look at him as the boardwalk was sort of illuminated by lights from the outdoor bar. He looked very on edge and alert, almost like he was trying to find someone. His clothes were somewhat tattered. We made eye contact. I nodded at him, and he passed by. I was creeped out because, honest to God, he had a sort of Jeffrey Dahmer look. Maybe it was the glasses, but he just didn't seem like he actually belonged to the timeshare. I shook it off, kept walking down to the beach, and put my headphones in. As I got down to the beach, I turned right and started walking parallel to the water, just taking in the scenery. I was barefoot and decided it would be nice to walk along the shoreline, so I moved closer to the water and continued walking. I was walking for no longer than a minute before I got a really strange feeling that something was wrong. I took off my headphones and turned around. I saw a dark figure trailing me, just upshore, situated between me and the timeshare. I immediately could tell from the figure's height, body type, and demeanor that it was the same man I had passed on the boardwalk. At this point, I started to panic as every horror story I've read rushed into my head. At the same time, I tried to rationalize it because it felt too surreal that I might actually be in a dangerous situation. I reminded myself it could just be a coincidence, and the man decided he also wanted to take a walk on the beach and just happened to be headed in the same direction as me. I took some breaths, turned my head back to the ocean, and continued walking in the same direction. After a couple of seconds, I turned my head back again and saw that now he was much closer to me. He was not walking parallel to me, but was definitely walking towards me. I picked up my walking speed, turned my head back around, and saw he was matching my faster pace and still walking towards me. In the water, still, for some reason, I thought, okay, maybe he also wants to walk by the water. There's no way I'm actually being followed by a creepy man on a deserted beach. So at this point, to truly test it, I did a 180 and completely changed directions. As I turned my head, I saw him completely change directions with me and continue closing the distance, now power walking. It suddenly hit me that I was in a really bad situation. I took off running along the water, and he started running as well, but stayed upshore of me so that if I tried to run up towards the boardwalk, he would intercept me. I was freaking out and just kept running with no plan, figuring that since I'm 20 and sort of fit, I should probably be able to keep running along the water and outrun him. Then I could find some other exit off the beach and either call my family or head back to the timeshare on the road. I kept running, but he was keeping up with me. This went on for what felt like 10 to 15 minutes. The scariest part of all this, which I wouldn't have thought of, is that it was completely dead silent. All I heard was my breath and feet on the sand. When I turned, I only saw his shadowy figure upshore keeping pace with me. Suddenly, up ahead in the sand, I saw a small blue light and what looked like 4 people on the beach with a blanket. They were a bit upshore. I turned and looked at the figure and bet that even though they were upshore, I could beat into these people. So I started sprinting towards them with hopes of quickly telling them what was going on so we could all confront him. I really used up my energy sprinting towards them, and as I approached, my heart dropped. What I saw were 4 guys on a blanket with 3 or 4 handles of hard liquor surrounding them. 3 of the handles were empty, and the 4th was about half empty. 3 of the guys were completely passed out on the blankets, and the last was half sat up, obviously beyond shit-faced, with a sort of party hat on that had blue lights on it. He was talking, looking to himself, his eyes were half closed, and he didn't even register me approaching even though now I was no more than 5 feet away. I turned and saw the figure had slowed down and was observing me. Then I saw he made sense of the group state and suddenly started sprinting at me. As he got closer, the half-passed out guy's blue light illuminated him, and I could clearly see it was the same guy as before. I made eye contact with him. He was eyed and looked almost manic, barreling at me at full sprint. At this point, I decided I had to do something decisive. I had underestimated his fitness, and since I had just sprinted towards this group and exhausted myself, I was afraid that he might actually be able to catch up to me if we just continued running along the beach indefinitely. Who knows what would happen then? So instead of turning around and running, I suddenly sprinted towards him and to the right, which I don't think he was expecting at all. I caught him off balance and ran past him, full sprinting back to the timeshare without even looking back. All the hairs on my neck were standing, and it felt like a dream where you're barely evading someone, but he's right about to catch you. The adrenaline was crazy. I kept running and started to see the timeshare. I finally turned around to see how close he was, and I saw him in the distance, maybe 400 feet away. He had lost a lot of distance on me. I didn't waste any time and sprinted up the boardwalk towards the base of the timeshare. I jammed the elevator buttons, leaped in, and started mashing the closed door button as I gasped for air. The door closed, and I hit the button for my floor. When the elevator reached, I literally sprinted back to my room, opened the door, entered, and then slammed the door and double-locked it. I was breathing heavily, and I dropped to the floor and just sat there for a minute, not believing what had just happened. I crouched and crawled over to my room as I was literally afraid he might be able to see me through the window on our balcony. I entered my room. Let's just say I definitely wasn't able to sleep after that. My wife and I backpack and hike a lot. The more remote the place, the better. In 2015, my wife and I were in the Bitterroot Wilderness in Montana. We had been out there for 2 weeks on a 100-mile route trail and had only seen one other person, Tom. We met him on our second day, which was his last day out. He told us he hadn't seen or run into anyone out there, so as far as we all knew, we were going to be alone. He told us that hunting season was weeks away, but there might be scouts out. He even said to be very careful with our food, where we eat, and our scent because it's bear country, and he had seen a few, even ones with cubs. He also mentioned that he had heard cougars in the distance, but that we should be okay as long as we stick together. We camped together that night, and the next morning we thanked him for his company and all the info and parted ways. For 2 weeks, we hiked, saw some cool vistas, swam, and saw and heard wildlife, all the stuff you'd expect to see in the backcountry. We didn't really think about Tom again after a few days out and hadn't seen anyone. We took the thought of being alone for granted and let our guard down as far as other people were concerned. We were all alone out there. We were in our last few days now, winding the trip down, sauntering back to the trailhead, just taking it all in. We found a nice flat tent site, made a fire and some dinner, hung our food bag, and walked back to our tent for the night, passing a good night's sleep. The next morning, as backpackers do, we left camp as early as possible to get some breakfast and coffee into us. But before we left, I needed to use the bathroom, so I ventured away from the tent site to find a suitable spot. As I was walking around to find a place to dig my cat hole, I came upon a lunked-up-looking thing like a bush. I was not expecting to run into anyone out there, as we had only seen one other person early on and no one else since, but I wasn't paying any attention as I was looking for somewhere to go and not looking out for people. These two were in a camel blind type of wrap. They didn't realize that they were there, and they didn't hear or realize that I walked up on them until the last damn minute when I was right on top of them, tripping over one of their legs. They scared the living daylights out of me, and I scared the daylights out of them. When I hit the guy's leg, I startled him, and he kind of jumped up, knocking their blind off for the big reveal. The guy that was on his knees had a dick in his hand, apparently blowing the other guy that was up against the tree. Now the guy on his knees is looking at me dead in the eyes with a look of, "What the hell, who are you?" The guy standing yells at me, "WTF are you doing, man?" They scrambled, one trying to stand up, the other pulling his pants up, all while both were fighting the blind that was wrapped between them. With me in disbelief at what I just came up on, I just stood there for what felt like forever. I stumbled over my words to find an apology and blurted out, No, nothing, guys. Sorry, man, have fun," and I turned back to camp in almost a run. They started to yell at me to stop, but I didn't. It was definitely the longest 200-yard sprint ever. I got back to camp, and my wife looked at me and instantly knew something had happened and asked, "What's up?" I told her to grab her stuff, and we hurried out of there without a word. Somewhere around an hour later of sprint hiking, we had to stop. I still hadn't taken a dump, and I had to go, so we took a spur trail to break, snack, and I told her what happened. She told me that she was worried and that I scared her. She was scared the whole time, thinking I had been chased by a bear or a cougar or something and that it was after us. I told her there was nothing like that and that it was just two hunters hiding out, blowing each other. We talked a bit about it, and she asked if I thought they'd look for us. I told her I didn't really think so and that they probably left after being caught. She asked if they were upset. "Yeah," I said, "they yelled at me wanting to know what the heck I was doing." "Should we just go back to the car and leave?" she asked. "No, let's just wait the mountain, just in case they're at the trailhead waiting." Like I said, we've been out for about 2 weeks now, and we have been making our way back and are less than a day's hike from the trailhead at this point. After a while of talking it over, we kind of just chuckled it off, and we hiked on to the creek where we were going to camp for the night. We made it to camp off trail with no incident. The next morning, we woke up, broke camp, did our morning routine, and hiked to the trailhead. With all of that, we're not really thinking of the two hunters anymore. Well, as we got to the trailhead, we met two ladies that had been prepping breakfast. As we were walking to the parking lot, they started to chat with us with the usual backcountry questions of how long we had been out, how many miles did we do, did we see any bears, what did we eat. Then, almost at the same time, one lady offered us some of their leftover food as the other girls started yelling, "Hey hubby, these two have been hiking up on the same trail as you and so were just out on yesterday, but they were out for 2 weeks. Bring them some of that real food and juice." Hubby pokes his head out of their camper to say hi, and lo and behold, it's the hunter that was against the tree. His smile faded as quickly as his face turned white, then to an angry look as he realized who he was looking at. Then his buddy turned the damn corner from their trailer to see me standing there. I started to feel the blood just drain from my body, and this guy's face turned from happy-go-lucky to disbelief and fear at the sight of me. The wife then asked if we happened upon their husband out there, as they were out scouting for some game yesterday. As I'm stumbling over my words, they are darting their looks from me to themselves. Before I can say anything, my wife is answering, "Yes, we love some real food, and no, we hadn't seen anyone. You guys are the first in 2 weeks." The wife turns to the hunters and says, "You guys must have had a real good hiding spot." I think both the hunters and I had a mini heart attack. My wife and I graciously took their pancakes and sausage, of all damn things. I could see both hunters quietly talking to each other, staring over at me every once in a while. I'm doing my best to avoid this situation by packing up the car while my wife is thanking the hunters' wives for the food. Both hunters, with sidearms on their hips, came up to me with a beer. The one that was on the tree kind of pushed the beer into my chest and asked if I'd seen anything out there. My heart freaking stopped. I again stumbled over my words. No, other than, some wild animals. Nothing worth writing home about. Yeah, we didn't see much either, but we are really surprised you didn't hear us last night walk through your camp. Be careful, you never know what can happen out in the middle of the woods. After a few seconds, the other one just smirked, and they turned to leave with a "have a safe trip home." I wasn't sure what was going to happen in that moment, so I was psyching myself for a fight. I was kind of shaken up as we were leaving the trailhead. My wife asked if I was okay and if those were the guys I had seen. My reply was, "Yeah, what do you think?" Then she asked what they said to me. I told her I thought I was going to have to fight them, but they just gave me a beer to buy my silence. I didn't mention the passive-aggressive threat they made about walking through our camp. It was supposed to be one of, if not the last, delivery of the night for me. I was working at this pizzeria called Leonardo's. One of my bosses, John, was on the night shift with me. He would choose who does what delivery. We got an order for a couple of regular pizzas. He gave me a piece of paper with the address on it and the person's phone number. This was in 2009. I didn't have a cell phone with GPS, just a bare-bones flip phone. I also didn't have one of those Garmin GPS devices. I still had to use an old-school book of maps to find my way around when doing deliveries. The name of the street for this house I was delivering to was something along the lines of Willows Road. I can't remember the house number, nor do I remember the name given for the order, but I do remember having the hardest time finding the place. It was in this really rural town with nothing but woods, farmland, and more woods. The lack of street lights also didn't help. I had to pull over a few times and turn on the interior lights as I checked the map again. It was a very stress-inducing situation. Whenever I couldn't find a house, I was on a very quiet, dark, and confusing road when I decided to just call the number on the paper my boss gave me. The phone rang a bunch of times. It seemed that there was no answering machine set up. It had to have rung about 10 times before someone picked up. I waited for someone to say hello. When no one did, I said it, and then a voice on the other end said it back. It was a low, deep, yet soft voice. I said, "This is the pizza guy. I'm just having a hard time finding your place." He explained that his driveway was easy to miss and looked like just a dirt trail. He talked in a very slow, monotone voice as he described the surroundings of his driveway to help me find it, and eventually, I did. I turned my car onto this pretty narrow dirt path. It was definitely easy to miss. It took about 30 seconds of me driving slowly and carefully up it until I saw this small one-story house come into view. There was a faint orange glow from inside the house that could be seen through one of the windows. I parked my car next to the only other vehicle in sight, this beat-up pickup truck. I grabbed the 2 pizzas from the passenger seat and walked to the front door of the house. I looked for a doorbell but couldn't find one, so I knocked on the door. I heard muffled music from inside the house, then I heard footsteps approaching the door. After maybe 10 seconds, the door cracked open, and I saw a quarter of someone's face. I literally could just see one of their eyes peeking out at me. I nervously said, "Hey, you ordered the pizza, right?" The guy said, "Oh yes, the pizza." I recognized the voice from the phone call before. There was a weird pause. I didn't know what to say except for, "Do you have the cash?" He said yes and let me go get it. He walked away from the door, and I heard his footsteps move to another room. There was super old music from the 1930s playing, making the setting just extra creepy and weird. If it weren't creepy enough already, the door started slowly inching open on its own, revealing more and more of this dimly lit room. Everything about the interior of this place seemed super old. There were metal sheets on the floor, presumably covering holes in the floor. The couch looked like it was from a different century. Hell, all the furniture did, and the music was coming from a vintage-looking record player, one of those with the big horn-like thing on top. That's all I could see at first from just sneaking a nosy peek inside the place, but what really was off-putting was the smell. It smelled like death in there. I waited respectfully for the guy to come back with the money from wherever he went. When enough time passed that I felt like it was getting weird, I knocked on the open door, took a peek inside, and said, "Sir." The man's voice came from another room, saying, "Yes. Would you mind coming into the kitchen, please?" My coworkers and bosses always advised against stepping into anyone's house if you didn't have to. That advice seemed especially relevant for this circumstance. I heard what the man said, but I still responded, "Can you repeat that?" He repeated, "Can you come to the kitchen, please?" I stepped inside and I honestly felt like my feet were going to crash through the floor. The place was so old that the floor actually caved in a bit as I stepped around. The house was very linear. I looked to the right and saw the entrance to the kitchen where his voice was coming from. I looked to the left, and there was a narrow hallway with a bunch of doors on the right side. At the end of the hallway, there was this guy with his back to me, slowly dancing in the creepiest way imaginable. The man was feeling himself. I don't mean he felt confident. I mean he was literally feeling his body as he moved in this really off-putting way. In any other circumstance, I would have laughed, but I was downright disturbed by the kind of house I had just walked into. I turned away and looked toward the kitchen, still holding these 2 pizza boxes. I took a few steps toward the kitchen before I even noticed the person peering around the edge of the wall separating the kitchen from the living room. It was that man's face again, still only showing like a quarter of his face, just one of his eyes creepily peering at me. The only thoughts I had in this moment were, "What the hell?" and "Should I just leave?" Leave? I repeated what I said at the front door moments ago, asking him again if he had the cash. The man didn't respond. He started to just giggle, or I don't even know what I'd call it because the laugh was so deep and pitchy, but it was so subtle and soft. Then he called out, "Randall," in a startlingly loud voice, much louder and more commanding in tone than his previous soft-spoken monotone voice. I was at my limit of how much weirdness I could take. I turned around and started walking back to the front door. As I took a look down the hallway, as I was about to walk outside, I noticed that the guy who was dancing seconds ago was now simply just standing there, looking back at me. I left through the front door and closed it behind me. I hurried back to the car, for some reason still holding the pizzas. I threw the pizza boxes in the passenger seat and got back in the car as quickly as possible. As I was backing my car up to clear the pickup truck next to it so that I could do a 3-point turn, I looked back at the house. The door was fully open again. My heart started beating even quicker at the thought that one of them was outside my car, about to attempt to open one of the doors. Maybe they were, and I'll never know, but I managed to get my car down that dirt driveway and back onto the road. I had to return to the pizzeria. I called John to let him know what happened. He wasn't mad at me. When I got back to the pizzeria, everyone left. When I told them what happened, I can honestly see how it sounds like a funny situation when explaining it to others, but it was not funny in the moment. Whatever was going on in that house wasn't normal, and I don't think they had any intentions of buying pizza. I've had multiple dreams where I would see that man's face just peeking around from behind a wall. After that, I didn't enter anyone's houses or apartments while doing deliveries. My mom had warned me not to work at a bar, but they were hiring, and I had just turned 21, so the thought of working around alcohol seemed kind of fun to me. It was also a restaurant at night, so I really didn't think it would be as sketchy as she was saying it would be. My first few months working there were great. We'd have the occasional bar fight, but it was nothing that anyone needed to be concerned about, just drunk people doing what they do. That was before a woman started coming in every night, obviously high on something, and constantly just wanted to start trouble. She'd pick fights with other women and try to hit on men who clearly wanted nothing to do with her. She got beat up so severely one night that when I found her outside, I actually thought she was dead. I called an ambulance for her, and they took her to the hospital. I didn't know what happened to her after that until around 3 weeks later when she came into the bar again. Only this time, she wasn't drunk or high. And she thanked me for saving her life. She said me caring about her enough to get her help made her rethink her life choices and that she was getting better. I was happy for her until she told me that she was so happy that I was in love with her. I didn't even know what to say. I definitely wasn't in love with her and actually had no idea how she had gotten that impression, but she did, and I was kind of concerned about it. I didn't know if she was dangerous, so I tried to be as nice and sensitive as possible when I told her that I wasn't in love with her and helped her out because she obviously didn't deserve any of that. Her face turned from a happy expression to an extremely angry one. She started yelling at me that I was lying and just didn't want to profess my love for her in front of everyone else in the bar. I was getting embarrassed since everyone in the place actually started to stare. I asked her to calm down, but she seemed to be having some sort of freak out like she was a little kid. She said she'd only stop if I admitted I loved her, so against my better judgment, I did just that. I said that I loved her and that she needed to leave before I changed my mind, and that seemed to settle her down. She was happy with my confession. She giggled and said that she'd see me later and walked out of the bar. I breathed a sigh of relief when the door closed behind her, and everyone in the bar started to actually laugh, and I eventually joined in because what had happened was somewhat comical. But a part of me was concerned for the future and if she would come back and do the same thing the next day. I had asked my girlfriend to meet me at the bar that night because she was going to be spending the night at my place. It was just after 2 a.m. when my girlfriend walked into the bar, and I made my way over to her. I put my arm around her shoulders, and she had hers around my waist as we exited the building. Unfortunately, something neither of us expected happened. The woman who had made me confess my love earlier had decided to wait for me outside the bar. When she saw me with my girlfriend, she was furious. She started screaming that I was cheating on her and was asking how I could do that to the woman I love. My girlfriend was so confused, but I just told her that the woman was nuts. The woman didn't seem to like that at all. She screamed that if I thought she was crazy, she'd show me just how crazy she could actually be. I thought she was going to pull out a knife or something, but instead, she just walked away down the road until we couldn't see her anymore. My girlfriend laughed a little, but I could tell that she was uncomfortable with what had just happened. I told her it would be okay and that she was probably just trying to scare us. Unfortunately, she did. The next week, the woman continued to come into the bar and would sit in my section as she tried to flirt with me all day. I refused and ignored her advances, but it didn't seem to deter her at all. Then, she'd wait outside for me to leave, and she'd follow me to my car. I was finally over it when she grabbed my butt as I was unlocking my car door. In my mind, that justified me pushing her to the ground, and so that's what I did. She looked shocked and confused, but I didn't care. I just yelled at her to leave me alone and that I'd call the cops if she ever stepped foot on that property ever again. I got in my car and drove away as she still lay there on the ground. I didn't realize doing that would cause the problems it did, but you can't really predict what a druggie will do when you make them mad. A few days after that happened, my girlfriend told me that she had started seeing that woman around town, and it was starting to freak her out. She felt like she was following her on purpose and feared that she was going to do something to physically hurt her. I told her that she was most likely harmless, but if she wanted to, she could stay with me for a while, and I'd go out with her whenever she needed to go. She agreed, and after work every day, she'd meet me at the bar, and we would drive to my place behind me. We did everything together. And I started to notice the woman everywhere we went as well. I didn't like the feeling that I was getting being followed by her, but I didn't feel like confrontation would be the right decision. It only became an actual issue when we were leaving a store around 8 p.m. It was dark outside, and she was waiting for us at my car. My girlfriend was at the passenger side door when I heard her grunt and fall against the car. I saw the woman behind her, smiling this insane smile, and as I ran around to the other side and yelled at her to get away, I noticed that she was holding a knife that now had blood on it. My girlfriend screamed that she had just been stabbed, and I did what I had to do to protect her and prevent her from getting stabbed again. I jumped at this woman who had just stabbed the love of my life and took her to the ground. I started punching her in the face, grabbed the knife from her hand, and threw it away from us. The woman was begging for me to stop and saying she loved me over and over. But at that point, I didn't care. I got up from the ground and kicked her as hard as I could in the stomach to make sure that she wasn't going to get up, and I rushed over to my girlfriend. I saw the blood staining her shirt, and she was starting to get weak. I pulled out my phone and called 911. Officers arrived before the ambulance, but were able to help control the bleeding at least a little bit. They arrested the woman, who still continued to say that she loved me as they put her in the back of the patrol car. I asked what was going to happen to her, and they said that they were going to take her to the hospital since I had beaten her so badly. An ambulance arrived shortly after, just as my girlfriend started to lose consciousness. She had lost a lot of blood and needed help as soon as possible. I met the ambulance at the nearest hospital that had a trauma center, and she was taken directly into surgery. You see, the woman had nicked her abdominal aorta, which caused massive internal and external bleeding. The only reason she survived was because the aorta hadn't burst, and the trauma team at the hospital was ready to receive her before she even showed up. The woman was charged with first-degree attempted murder and was given life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. I was happy with the sentencing and even happier that my girlfriend was able to make a full recovery. All in all, it probably wasn't my smartest idea to work at that bar, and it was not intentional to make this woman fall in love with me, but honestly, who could have predicted someone would become so obsessed with me? It's been 8 years since I graduated from college. I went to Cooper Union, a small technical school smack dab in the middle of Manhattan. Going to school in New York City was amazing, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. We didn't have many frats back then, so I was sure to join whichever one I could, just to ensure that I'd have parties to go to and whatnot. I was a relatively normal kid, so it wasn't too difficult to get a bid. Most of the pledge events were pretty tame, but I would soon find out what they were compensating for. I hope I don't get in trouble for divulging the story, but it happened so long ago that I figure it's safe to talk about. I doubt my old frat is still making their pledges do this. I certainly hope they aren't. Anyway, the big thing that we did during our initiation was a subway crawl. I can't remember where exactly this was, but there was an old abandoned subway station that teenagers would typically explore. Our frat would make us enter from one of the active platforms, walk to the abandoned one, take some pictures, and then continue to the next active platform. We'd been given subway schedules to ensure that there was no chance a train would come around while we were vulnerable. We'd have plenty of time to get onto the abandoned platform, wait for one train to pass, and then make it to the next station. I know what you're probably thinking, but no, we didn't have to run from a train. The route was planned pretty well, and we all had a lot of leeway when it came to traversing the track. All we had to do was avoid the dangerous third rail, and we'd be okay. I had been a big fan of urban exploring before college, so this was honestly more exciting than nerve-wracking for me. It was some random weekday at like 3 a.m. when our frat brothers made us go down into the subway. I'm pretty sure they picked this time because trains were very infrequent and we'd be protected at all costs. There were about 10 of us. I'm telling you, it was a pretty small school. You don't need to know everyone's name, but I should mention that my closest friend in my pledge class was an Albanian dude named Baron. He's the funniest guy you'll ever meet. My friends and I always said he should try and do stand-up comedy. He also smoked a crap ton of pot, which is important for this story. The group of us made our way into the subway unscathed. Baron and I brought up the rear because everyone else was too scared to do so. It was really dark in there, and our frat brothers had only given us 2 flashlights to share. Those flashlights and a single cheap film camera were all we had. At first, I was entrusted with one of the flashlights for being in the back, but I quickly gave it up to one of my pledge brothers who was whining about not being able to see. Not even 30 seconds into the walk, Baron had his first genius idea. He pulled out a pre-rolled joint from his jacket and grinned, motioning for me to stop. "I don't have enough to share," he whispered, flicking his head in the direction of the other guys who hadn't noticed what we were doing. Against my better judgment, I obliged. Heck, when was I going to get the chance to light up in a subway tunnel again? The 2 of us smoked while we watched the other guys travel further away from us, their echoing laughter beginning to fade out. We finished the pot, and we were a considerable distance behind the pack. Baron's stuff was really strong, and I found myself a little more absent-minded than I wanted to be. My tolerance was definitely not as high as his. The 2 of us picked up the pace to catch up with the rest of the group, but Baron noticed something in our way. We didn't have a light, so all we could see was the silhouette of someone in the dimly lit tunnel. I strained my eyes a little more. There was definitely a person in there, just standing motionless in the middle of the track, facing us. It was honestly a little creepy. David called out, his voice piercing the silence of the tunnel. The person on the track didn't respond. Just then, David's voice called back to us from further up the line. The 2 of us froze. This person in front of us was a stranger. As if David's voice was some kind of switch, the person on the track started full-on sprinting toward us. The 2 of us turned around and bolted back the way we came. Being as high as I was, I felt like I was going to have a panic attack. The figure's sprint was eerily silent, as if we were being chased by a shadow. This guy must have been impossibly light. Baron's grip on my arm tightened, his goofy confidence completely gone. "Faster," he hissed, the fear in his voice mimicking my own. I knew we still had some time before the next train came, but running in the wrong direction just felt wrong. Baron must have thought the same thing because he frantically pulled me to the side, motioning for us to cross the divider onto a different track. In hindsight, we probably could have continued running back to the original station, but I was so high that I just followed Baron blindly. We made it across the divider and sprinted back in the direction of the abandoned station. Things were even more terrifying now, though. We had literally no idea when a train was going to barrel down towards us on this track, but at least we were heading in the right direction, I hoped. Baron's maneuver was enough to shake whoever was chasing us, but apparently, it wasn't. Whoever was behind us also crossed the divider and kept running after us. The problem was, there were only a few places where the divider could be crossed, so we'd have to pray we found another one before a train came. Turning around to the one we just used was no longer an option. My heart was thumping, but Baron and I were able to widen the gap between us and our pursuer. We kept running, looking for a place to cross, but with no luck. Baron started cursing repeatedly, and I started feeling like throwing up. We kept running, still searching for a place to cross. Just then, the track started vibrating, and we could see light beginning to poke through at the distant end of the tunnel. A train was coming. We were screwed. I considered turning around and just fighting whoever was behind us, but then Baron screamed, right here, running toward the divider. By some miracle, the next crossing point was right in front of us, and the two of us crossed back to the original track. We sprinted another 30 yards and caught up with the rest of the guys who were on the platform. Baron explained the whole thing while I leaned over and threw up. Not even 30 seconds later, the train on the other track zoomed by. Baron and the rest of the guys were ready to confront whoever was chasing us. No one showed up, though. We thought the worst, but just then, we heard another crazed yell from somewhere in the distance. To this day, I still have no idea how that person avoided the train. We waited for the train to pass on our track and then sprinted the hell out of there. In hindsight, Baron and I probably just encountered some homeless guy who was drugged out and might not have even posed a threat to us. The fear took over in that moment, though, which I guess explains the stupid decision we made to cross over the divider. I'm sure the two of us also could have fended that guy off, but I'm glad we didn't have to. This story was inspired by a disturbing drawing submitted by a viewer. Here, you can clearly see there's something extremely bizarre going on. The picture appears to showcase what looks like one big happy family. Over by the left, you can clearly see what looks to be the parents looking over their 8 children. You can see a pet dog and cat, but over by the right is a mysterious giant black figure. More context will be explained during and at the end of the story. Here's what the story looked like. My wife and I used to have this running joke about our kids. We'd say we lose track of how many people were in the house if we kept having so many children. That's definitely in the category of dad jokes, but it started to get old even for me around the time we had our 8th kid. By then, the house was in such a constant state of disorder that it wasn't even funny anymore. It got to the point that it was a little embarrassing, maybe even a fire hazard. I guess we were lucky that it wasn't a fire that made us come to our senses about keeping the house a little more organized. But I'd argue what actually happened could have been just as bad, if not worse. It's one of those things you would struggle to believe on TV, but when you see it happen to your own family, you aren't afforded the luxury of disbelief. I always thought a house full of kids and animals would be its own security system. I mean, with 10 humans and a dog and some other creatures, you'd think there would always be at least one of them awake to sound the alarm if they noticed something. But if the business as usual state of the household is absolute chaos, nobody ever knows what's going on in a deciphered between normal and not normal. Even now, I can struggle sometimes with telling whether or not something one of my kids is doing is normal. Like a 5-year-old boy's drawings, for instance. They always look kind of deranged and manic just because a 5-year-old only knows how to scribble with crayons. But for the most part, they're harmless. 90% of them are the same thing anyway, just a bunch of stick figures with names and a couple defining features here and there. Maybe a table or a chair, and with boys, sometimes there's a gun or a decapitation or some crude act of violence seen in movies and video games. But that's all normal kid stuff, at least I think so. Every once in a while, though, something a kid of mine does makes me do a double take. Most recently, it was my youngest son, Brandon. I honestly forgot exactly how old he was when this happened, but I think he was around 4 or 5 years old. The first thing I noticed was that he wasn't sleeping right. I wake up at dawn every day to go to work, and usually the only other person who's awake in the house at that time is the dog, waiting for me to let it out. However, one morning, Brandon was sitting at the dining room table lazily scribbling on a piece of paper with a bunch of crayons around. It was like he'd been up all night just layering colors over the same piece of paper with a picture of the family on it. "Hey bud, what you doing there?" I asked. "Drawing." "Well, I can see that. But what are you drawing? Is that mommy and I and your siblings? Maybe I'm just a silly old man, but it looks like you drew too many people, buddy. There's only 10 of us, plus the dog and cat." "No, I can count to 10. I'm just drawing my friend too." "Oh, your friend is pretty tall there, buddy. Where'd you meet them?" Here in the house." "When?" I don't really remember. I saw her last night though, Dad." "Is she allowed in the house?" A chill ran down my spine. I froze for a moment while my little boy stared me down the way that only children can when they ask you a question you are not prepared to answer. Don't worry about it, kiddo. You probably just dreamed it up." Okay. I just didn't want to freak him out or tell the family and have them freak out. Every once in a while, a kid will make something up and believe themselves, but I just had a funny feeling about this one. This was one of those cases when a kid sees something they weren't supposed to see. And they weren't even aware it was wrong. I figured I'd let him at least stay calm for the moment. I knew my wife was going to be home all day, so I went ahead and went off to work despite the goosebumps. But for the whole day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I tried to distract myself with a task, but every time I got into something, I would get distracted with another realization, some new pair of dots that I connected. I knew I had a lot of kids and the house was always a little messy, but recently things had gotten worse. Things had started going missing or showing up in the wrong place, misplaced pieces of sentimental clothing, toys that were fine one evening and broken in the morning, and nobody fessing up to getting out of bed past their bedtime. Little things. My heart was racing by the time I got home, and it sank when I saw my son in the exact same spot when I left 8 hours ago. By then, there were several more drawings in all different colors of crayon. They were all basically the same thing, the classic family portrait where everyone in the family was one color in one drawing and in all different colors in the others. But in every single one, there was a figure in deeply pressed black wax with a distorted face and long messy hair. That's when I knew I had to do something. I left right away and bought a bunch of security cameras along with a whole new set of power tools. I spent the evening drilling holes and mounting cameras in the corners of the hallways, in the living room, and even some of the bedrooms. I tried to hide each one with some out-of-season holiday decorations so they wouldn't be obvious to any potential intruders. Honestly, I was hoping I'd just gone crazy, that I'd gotten so overworked and scatterbrained that I let the imaginations of a kindergartner get to me. But the very next morning, everything came to light. There really had been someone sneaking into the house, a woman digging through my family's laundry and trying on her clothes, rummaging through my children's toy chest and stealing the most valuable items she could find, using my bathrooms to relieve herself, and even eating the food out of the kitchen I worked so hard to keep stocked for my family. She even had the audacity to drink the milk straight out of the jug, spreading her germs to every single person in the house. I don't know how my stupid dog didn't raise hell when it saw this woman, but I guess she was some kind of dog whisperer, or maybe my dog is just a spineless coward because all I saw my dog do was run away and hide. I don't know how, but I guess my youngest son was lying awake one night and caught a glimpse of her, unsure if it was one of his sisters, his imagination, or something else entirely. Of course, I called the cops immediately and had the woman arrested. That night, we made sure she faced the proper punishment of the law, but I still have nightmares about those happenings. I always kick myself, and my wife defends it too. We always think, maybe illogically, maybe reasonably, that if we kept the house a little more tidy, we would have noticed the evidence of that woman's intrusion before it got to that point. I've worked with some crazy people in the food service industry, but no one can compete with the guy I'm about to tell you about. I've been working at this specific Mexican place for a little over 2 years, and one of our employees quit out of nowhere, so we hired someone pretty fast. It probably would have been better to get someone with a little more experience, but I was also involved in the hiring process, and he seemed fine. We needed someone quickly, and we only had one applicant. He started his shift the Saturday after his interview, and because it was busy during the lunch rush, we had him do dishes. There was no time to train him to cook that day, and this may seem weird to other people who work in a restaurant, but at ours, we don't have someone who only does dishes. We all help out with them when anyone has a free moment. The only problem with that was that the new guy, John, absolutely despised doing dishes. I do get it, though. It's not fun, and no one likes that part of the job. But he made sure to let everyone know just how angry he was. He'd stand in the back doing dishes and then slam them down in the sink and throw them onto the shelf to the point where the noise had started to actually scare the customers. He was asked to stop, and he did for around 30 minutes, and then went back to throwing the dishes around and cussing about how much he hated his life. It was incredibly cringe, but we needed the help, so we couldn't afford to fire him over getting frustrated. This particular day, I decided to sit outside to eat my lunch, and where I was sitting faced the parking lot. I don't think John realized that I was sitting outside because when he went out to take a smoke break, he opened the front door of the restaurant, slammed it close behind him, and then made a gun shape with his hand and shoved it in his mouth and acted like he was shooting himself in the head. Then on his way to his car, he started yelling to himself about how much he hated this place. My mouth was just hanging open at the sight of this guy having some tantrum like he was a big baby. And it only got worse. His car was facing directly where I was sitting, so I got to watch him as he got inside his car, slammed the door, and then proceeded to scream, thrash around, and slap himself in the face for around 3 minutes straight. The worst part is I'm not even exaggerating. This guy was nuts, and I felt like he was on something. I went inside and told my coworkers about it, and one of them said that she wasn't even surprised. I was confused and asked her why, and she said that she had worked with him at another restaurant a couple of years earlier and that he had been fired for that kind of behavior and that I should be careful and do what I could to avoid him in the meantime. It was concerning, so I went to the owner, who basically said that it is what it is, and if he's not hurting anyone, he wasn't just going to fire him. I think his exact words were, "We all have bad days." This was worse than a bad day, though. It ended up being horrible and disgusting. 2 months working with this man. He started training to be a line cook around 2 weeks after he started working with us. I thought that was kind of gross, considering that he had some of the worst hygiene I'd ever seen. He reeked of cigarettes and had the longest hair and horribly disgusting long and dirty fingernails that just seemed to get worse as the days went by. It was so bad his nails would pop through his gloves constantly, and he didn't even care. He would only change them when someone else noticed and actually asked him. The things I mentioned so far don't seem that bad, but it's what he did next that brought it to a whole other level. I got this feeling that he started to feel like he could do anything he wanted and wouldn't be fired since he got away with so much up until that point. We didn't have a large staff, so he was left alone to cook sometimes, and that's when we started getting a lot of complaints about the food. A lot of people would find hairs and say their food didn't taste right. We even had one guy tell us that he was 100% positive that there was spit in his beans. And let me tell you, it really looked like it. We were lucky enough to talk him out of calling the police and instead gave him a voucher for free food for 6 months. We decided it would be best not to leave John alone in the kitchen anymore, but that really seemed to upset him. He wasn't a team player at all. My manager was given the okay by our owner to do whatever it took to make him quit, basically just make his life miserable. We could have him fired, but I guess there's more paperwork involved when you fire someone. John was told to do dishes all day, spray out the trash cans, clean the grease trap, scrub the floors, basically just all the gross stuff no one else wanted to do. I thought he was creepy and scary enough already, but the second we started giving him the gross jobs, he became almost evil. I'd bring him dishes, and he'd just straight up yell at me that I was an idiot and even started making fun of the way I looked. I really didn't understand the hostility towards me, but whatever. I stopped interacting with him at all. At one point, it became obvious when any of my coworkers had just been talking to John because they would come out of the back almost in tears. The guy was ruthless. The last day he ever worked with us, he did something so gross that we ended up having to get the police involved. He had cooked that day because one of our other line cooks called out. I was standing in front of the restaurant when he walked in, and I noticed him holding a water bottle behind his back. It was filled with a yellow substance, but I figured maybe he had a drink powder or something in it. He went back and washed his hands, which was a shocker in itself because he usually had to be told to do that. I didn't see his water bottle after that. The day went on, and for dinner, we had a special that was a broth-based soup. I was waiting tables and was confused when literally anyone who had ordered the soup complained that it tasted terrible. I told our manager, who tried the soup and agreed. And only when he said, "This tastes like piss," did I put 2 and 2 together, and I started screaming, "Oh my God," over and over again. I didn't even know what to say. Everyone was asking me what I was freaking out about, and when I looked over at John, he looked at me with wide eyes and mouthed the word "no." They looked over at him when they saw my eyes dart over to him, and that's when he decided to try to make a break for it. The only problem was the way out of the kitchen was directly through us, so when he lunged forward, my manager just threw him to the ground. Finally, I was able to tell them what I saw, and there was zero hesitation to call the police. They arrived and quickly found the bottle John had brought in, and it was indeed full of his urine. He was arrested, and the soup was tested and unfortunately was tainted with his bodily fluid. The restaurant was closed for a while after that, and I just quit before it even reopened. I decided an office job was more suitable for me than that. John was charged with tampering with consumer products and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. I was actually glad that he got prison time, and honestly, I think he deserves it. Hopefully, when he gets out, he's not someone I have to encounter ever again. I never thought I'd be someone another person would become obsessed with, but I guess it happens more often than you'd think. I've gone to support groups, and they've been full of people that had similar experiences, so I'm sharing my story so hopefully other people can see the warning signs better and faster than I did. It was around 2015, and I was 24 and newly married. My husband had just been laid off, and we needed more of an income, so I decided to get a job. Not a lot of places were hiring, but I managed to get a position as a hostess at a somewhat upscale restaurant. I had some experience in food service, so that helped. I started around mid-June, and it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. All of my coworkers were very nice and professional, which, of course, I appreciated. It was only after a couple of months when we had a new employee come in that I started having issues. I had just announced to everyone that I was pregnant, and because of that, my manager got super protective of me and asked if I wanted to take it easy by training the new hire. I, of course, wasn't going to say no to that. Being a hostess wasn't hard, and explaining to someone else how to do it would be even easier. We'll call the new hire Emily, and Emily was an interesting individual. And by interesting, I mean her personality was all over the place. It was like she didn't know who she was, and I mean that in a mental sense. I had this feeling that she maybe had a mental disability, but it was not my place to ask, so of course, I never did. Each day she came in, she acted completely different from the day before. She'd like to go by different names and was always wearing different colored wigs too. Everyone thought it was strange, but she did her job well, so we didn't ask questions. She started taking an interest in my life around a month after she started working with us. I didn't mind her asking questions about me, so I answered them honestly. I love my life, and telling other people about it was, fun. I liked the attention, and she asked a lot of questions about what being pregnant was like. And I told her about the good and the bad. I guess I should stop here and mention her age. Emily was pretty young, only somewhere around 18 or maybe 19. She told me over and over how she'd love to get pregnant and didn't even care whose it would be. I thought that was a little strange, but she was pretty young and dumb, and it is what it is. I noticed quickly how she stuck around me mostly at the restaurant. She even would go to the bathroom at the same time as me, which was a lot considering I was pregnant. I asked her once why she always went when I did, and she got offended and actually yelled at me for thinking that she was following me. It was incredibly awkward, so I made a mental note not to confront her again. Something weird happened, though. I had decided to cut my hair short because the dye had grown out so much, and I didn't want to put chemicals in my head while I was pregnant. This is relevant to the story because the day after I cut my hair, Emily showed up for work with the same haircut. Odd, but I wasn't going to say anything about it. It is just a haircut, after all. But then the next day came, and she showed up with her hair colored the same color as mine, and I'm a natural ginger, so it was very noticeable that she was copying me. Again, whatever, live and let live. Thankfully, there were no more instances of her trying to look like me for the week preceding the hair incident, but of course, it had to start up again sometime. This time she showed up with green eye-colored contacts, and let me tell you, she looked wild. They were the fakest looking things I'd ever seen, and I couldn't help but let out a little giggle. She didn't like that. She got mad at me for laughing at her and went to the manager, who, to her dismay, also started laughing. She actually ran out crying but came back an hour later still wearing the contacts, so how much could it really have bothered her? The next month she continued to show up to work like that. People constantly asked about it, and all I could say was that she liked my look and that it wasn't a big deal. But deep down, I did find it a little creepy. It only got serious the day my husband came into the restaurant. He walked in, I was in the back talking to someone, and I looked up front and saw Emily walking towards him. He looked visibly confused, and I started making my way over there. As I got closer, I heard Emily calling him sweetie and was so utterly shocked to see her wrap her arms around him and pulled him close to her. He shoved her off, and I asked her what she was doing, and she said nothing, only scoffed and walked away. My husband was really freaked out and told me I should just quit because people like that could become dangerous. I told him it was fine and that if it escalated, I would consider quitting. Emily avoided me for the next couple of months but continued to make herself look like me. Every one of my coworkers found it weird and creepy, but we put up with it. I finally was over it when she came in one day with a noticeably large baby bump, and that wasn't gradual either. One day she had a completely flat stomach, and the next day a bump. I didn't even know what to say. I stood there in silence for a couple of minutes, not even believing what I saw. Everyone was standing there with their mouths open. I finally knocked myself out of that trance and rushed over to my manager to let him know that she had taken it too far. He agreed and walked over to Emily to confront her. Together, he asked her what she was doing wearing a fake bump, and she looked genuinely offended. I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started yelling at her to get her own life and let me have mine. She yelled back that this was her life and I needed to leave her and her baby alone. I was mad, and what can I say? I pulled off her bump, like yanked it off her body, and she went insane. She started yelling at me that I just killed her baby and someone needed to call the police over the murder that had just been committed. And that's when she tried to attack me. In one swift moment, she tackled me. And we were both on the ground. I was screaming, and she managed to punch me twice in the stomach before my manager was able to pull her off of me. They called the police, and an ambulance came to check me out. I opted to be taken to the hospital after I started having cramps and stomach pains. It was better to be safe than sorry when it came to my baby. Everything ended up being okay, and my baby, thank God, was still totally healthy. Emily was charged with battery and sentenced to 180 days in jail and a $1,000 fine. She was also ordered to have zero contact with me or my husband and wasn't allowed within 1,200 feet of us at any time. I was okay with the outcome, but I'll say I do feel a little stupid. I should have quit my job the second that obsessed weirdo started. I went to the movies with a friend of mine back in 2016. He had turned 14 earlier in the week, and we planned to see a movie. I would spend the night after his parents dropped us off at the mall at around 5 p.m. It was just the two of us. Louis was a quiet, shy guy and didn't have many friends. We ate a big meal at Chick-fil-A and wandered around until the movie was about to start. He bought a used game at GameStop with some of his birthday money. There were a few other things, but nothing I can recall after this long. When 7 got close, we headed to the movies. Captain America: Civil War had just come out, so we picked that. After the movie was over, we hung around outside the theater. The mall had already closed, it was quiet, and not many people were around. He was supposed to call his parents when the movie ended, but he wanted to wait a while. He didn't get out on his own very often and was reluctant for the night to end. About 10:30, we were sitting on a big concrete planter box talking when we heard some voices behind us. We turned around to see 2 older kids from school. They were bullies that we both had problems with in the past. It seems the older of the pair, who was 16, worked in the mall somewhere. I suggested that we avoid looking at them so they wouldn't recognize us, but this didn't work. Even in the dark, they knew who we were. The older kid asked what we were doing, and I said that we were waiting for our ride. Louis didn't say anything, and this is when the name-calling started. I told him that we didn't want any trouble, and this just seemed to make things worse. I leaned over and whispered to Louis to call his mom. Meanwhile, the boys got more and more aggressive. The younger kid started poking me in the chest with his finger and called me the P word over and over, and I couldn't take it anymore. If they wanted to fight, I'd give them one. I jumped up and rushed at the younger guy. We began fighting on the ground. The older boy slapped the phone out of Lewis's hand and sucker punched him. I eventually got the better of the boy, and he begged me to stop hitting him. I noticed Lewis was now on the ground, getting kicked. I was still too scared to go after the older boy. His size was that intimidating, and I knew I had to get some help. The only place still open was the movies, so that's where I ran to. I had to go all the way around the back of the mall to reach the theater. I pulled on the doors, but they were locked. The people in the concession stand pointed to a side door. I ran around to the one and asked the girl in the box office to help, and she called the security guard, and I told him what was happening. We both ran back to the front of the mall where the fight was taking place. When I came around the corner, the first thing I saw was the 16-year-old stomping on Lewis's head while the younger boy kicked him in the stomach. The security guard yelled out to them to stop. When they saw him, they ran off to a nearby car and sped away. I thought Lewis was dead at first. Blood was coming out of his nose and ears. But I could see him breathing. The guard called 911, and an ambulance arrived a few minutes later. I stayed behind to speak to the police. I also called Lewis's parents to let them know what had happened. They were freaked, as you would expect. I talked to the police and then rode with them to the hospital. Lewis's parents were already there when we arrived, and what I encountered made an already scary situation into a terrifying nightmare. Lewis's head was now swollen up like a watermelon and black and blue with bruising. No one had expected him to live out the night, and he was rushed off to surgery. His condition remained urgent for over a week, and during this time, the boys involved were arrested and given bail. Lewis survived despite all expectations, and his condition gradually improved. More than 2 months later, he finally was deemed well enough to go home. He wasn't totally healed yet, but his age made the process a little quicker. All this time, while Lewis fought to regain a small shred of normality in his life. The two a-holes who did that to him were still going to school and playing football like nothing happened. Most of the kids at school played along, and the teachers only seemed to care about winning football games. I got so fed up that I moved to a homeschool program until I turned 16. At 16, I got my GED. To this day, I wouldn't spit on a single person from that school if they were on fire. I wish them all a long and painful death, and I'm sorry, but that's just how I feel. Lewis was completing his rehab when the trial came around. The district attorney decided to prosecute the older boy as an adult, and he was initially charged with attempted murder, but that was quickly dropped down to a Class A misdemeanor assault, which is ridiculous considering the extent of damage he inflicted on Lewis. The younger of the two agreed to testify against the older boy and got off scot-free. Nonetheless, I was assured the 16-year-old would be given at least a year in prison, but when it came down to it, the judge let him off with a fine and 5 years of probation. His lawyer tried to assert that Lewis used a racial slur towards his client, an idea completely impossible if you knew my friend Lewis. The DA thinks this may have played a part in the sentencing, and the result was a disgusting miscarriage of justice, in my opinion. Everyone was furious, especially me and Lewis's dad. There was a very real fear that he might go after the young man, and he talked about killing him more than once, but he was eventually convinced that it would do more damage to his family. That said, he's still very angry about how things went. As I write this, I'm attending a local community college and hope to transfer to university in the next year or so. Lewis, on the other hand, is unemployed and still living with his parents. I'd like to blame the attack, but Louis was never an outgoing guy. He struggles with some small memory issues, but nothing too bad. Although his life will never be the same, I've never heard him complain. I don't care how long he lives as long as he's happy, and if he chooses to spend the rest of his life living with his folks, I'll support his decision. He's earned the right to decide. He doesn't talk about what happened, and I don't bring it up. It seems that he's been able to move on. As for me, I'm not quite as forgiving. I'll never be able to forget what those monsters did to my friend. I suggest they keep their noses clean. A lot of people are watching and waiting for one or both of them to make a small mistake, and this is when they'll strike. No amount of money or popularity will be able to save them this time. This story takes place when I was 8 years old. I'm now almost 25. I was at my great-grandfather's house in Idaho during Christmas break, visiting family and whatnot. This was also the first year my mom's boyfriend came with us because my parents had divorced the summer before. My grandpa used to live in a small Indian reservation town which has about 1,000 people. My grandpa's house was a small 2-story house that had a lot of field and forest. It was a beautiful house and property, and I miss it dearly. Anyway, about a day after we got there, my aunt, uncle, and cousins who lived in the same town as us came and surprised us by driving 10 hours to visit with us as well, after telling us they weren't going to be able to because of work. It was fun because at the time, my cousins and I were close. One night, my uncle, my step-aunt, and my cousin who lived just next door to my grandpa came over and visited with everybody. The grown-ups started talking grown-up talk, so me and my cousins Titus, who was 9, Hunter, who was 12, and Rachel, who was 10, decided to go downstairs to the basement and play our monster game. The way this game was played is where Titus and Hunter were monsters and they hid down in the basement with the lights completely off, and then Rachel and I would have to find them. They would make noises so we could kind of have easy access to find them but not fully. Then, if we got near them, they would make monster noises and chase Rachel and me, and we had to go back to the top of the stairs, which was our safe zone. I know it was a kind of stupid game thinking about it now, but at the time, it was pretty scary but really fun. Anyway, Titus and Hunter went downstairs to hide, and they told us to wait 2 minutes before going down to start finding them. Rachel and I waited upstairs for 2 minutes, and then we went downstairs to find Titus and Hunter. Rachel went down first, and we started looking for them. We just did our normal thing for this game. It was completely pitch black downstairs. The only light down there was the pellet stove and the moon shining through the window. Although we knew it was just our cousins hiding, it was still pretty scary just because it was pitch black and completely silent. About 5 minutes later, Titus and Hunter jumped out and scared us, and then they chased us. We went back upstairs and decided to play another round. We did our normal thing by waiting for 2 minutes, then heading downstairs. This time, I went first. As we went downstairs, we heard Hunter or Titus hit the wall, which made me jump. We continued walking down when I noticed a figure standing outside the window. I stopped walking and put my hand out to stop Rachel. She got a little irritated and said, "Come on, why are you stopping?" I didn't say anything but pointed towards the window, showing her the figure. Rachel noticed the figure, then she whispered, "Titus, Hunter, we need you to stop the game. There's someone standing outside." Surprisingly, Titus responded to us. I figured he would have wanted to continue the game and not say anything. He said, "You guys are lying, you're just scared." I was starting to get upset because they wouldn't believe us. Guys, seriously, look at the window above the TV. Then we saw Titus and Hunter emerge from underneath the ping-pong table my grandpa had for us, and they looked up. Hunter just laughed a little and said, "It's probably Uncle John just outside smoking." I knew it wasn't my Uncle John because he always smoked outside on the front porch right by the front door. I then told Hunter that Titus said, very annoyed, "Then it's probably Grandpa just checking out the house because you know him. He's always checking to see if the house has any problems. If you guys are worried about it, then go upstairs and check." I then went upstairs to check, but I pretended that I was just looking for something. I went into the living room and everyone I knew that was there was all in the living room. It wasn't my Uncle John nor my grandpa or anybody. Everyone was sitting in the living room. My stomach dropped. There was definitely someone out there. I didn't want to tell the adults because I was worried they wouldn't believe me. I went back downstairs, shaking, and told them, "Guys, everyone's in the living room. No one is missing. There is someone out there." Titus and Hunter finally realized this wasn't a joke, and their facial expressions turned into scared expressions. Rachel began to cry a little. I told her not to make too much noise. We all went to the top of the stairs to figure out what we should do. Of course, Titus and Hunter were giving dumb ideas like shooting the guy or something. We didn't want to tell the adults, so we just stayed at the top for 5 minutes, then we went back down. When we were back down, the figure was gone. We assumed that the figure just left and went their way. We decided we didn't want to play the game anymore, so we would just play ping pong instead. We turned the light on in the basement, and when it came on, we noticed the window was cracked open. I thought to myself, was the window cracked open this whole time? I looked towards the furniture and my heart suddenly dropped. There was a man in his mid-40s sitting in one of the sofa chairs, staring at us. We were so scared that we just stood there frozen. The guy began smiling all creepy-like at us. He then began to stand, and then I yelled, "Run." We ran up the stairs and slammed the door to the basement. Then we ran into the living room, crying to our family that there was a man downstairs. One of my uncles, who's a cop, went and grabbed one of my grandpa's guns and headed downstairs. My uncle came back up after a few minutes and said there was no one down there, so we assumed he climbed back out the window and ran. The adults believed us when we said there was someone down there because outside there were footprints in the snow, and they led to my grandpa's driveway. Nothing was stolen downstairs, so that was good. We were all so scared that we just sat with our moms and hugged them that night. When we went to bed, I was still afraid, so I slept in bed with my mom. My cousins and I haven't played that game since. My grandpa was pretty upset because he thought his windows couldn't be opened from the outside, but he was glad that my cousins and I weren't harmed. My grandfather passed away in October of 2017, and I miss that guy dearly. But ever since that incident, I have always been afraid of going into any basement by myself, even as I've gotten older. Although I haven't been back to my grandpa's in almost a year, I still am scared of that basement or any basement to this day. I used to work at a Walmart. The Walmart I worked at was open 24 hours. Back then, due to my kid's school schedule, I would work overnight shifts so that I would be available to drop him off and pick him up. I would do a 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift every night. During the day, I'd sleep, take care of my son, and work my second job. Some days I was exhausted. A lot during this time in my life. It wasn't a great time. I had to do what I could to cover rent though. This Walmart was one of the bigger ones. It was a supercenter, not just a grocery store, so it had everything. It was one of the few open 24 hours around here. I think Co changed that though. When I got there around 10 o'clock this one cold night, there was still a decent amount of shoppers in the store. A lot of people would come in for some late night shopping. As the hours would pass, it would of course quiet down tremendously. The late hours of the night would attract a lot of weirder characters, weirder than the usual ones during the day. Into the AM hours of the night, there was only one person working the front of the store, and he or she would be at the self-checkout registers. There were no regular registers open this late. There would also be a couple of stock workers on the floor, which was what I did then. There would be a couple warehouse workers in the back who I really didn't ever interact with. They did their own thing, and then there's just the night manager on duty. I was in the cereal aisle doing my usual stock work. I noticed a customer walk past the aisle, then seconds later he stepped back into view at the end of the aisle, stopped, and looked down at me. When I looked back at him, he started looking at the cereal. The guy had curly hair. I couldn't gauge his ethnicity, honestly. He had a black backpack on that looked like it was stuffed to the brim with God knows what. He awkwardly lingered in the cereal aisle for a minute, apparently looking at the granola bars. Then he came a little closer to me and asked me where the bread is. I pointed him in the right direction. He said thanks and slowly walked away out of the aisle. I watched him walk away, and he had a very noticeable waddle in his walk. When he was out of sight, he was out of mind, though. The problem was that he wasn't out of sight for long. I was in the cereal aisle for quite some time, and I started noticing that every few minutes that guy would slowly pass by the aisle, looking down in this direction. He wasn't holding anything. He didn't get any bread. He just had on his big, sketchy backpack. I started working faster just so I could finish this aisle and move away from him. When I was done, I brought the empty U-boat platform back to the warehouse, where I grabbed another U-boat full of boxes ready to stock. I purposely picked an aisle far away from the cereal aisle. I was now in the chips aisle. This is also about 45 minutes after initial contact with that guy, so there should have been no way he was still here. But I was wrong. He found me. I was rotating the newer bags of chips behind the older ones on the shelf. And then I looked to my right, and that guy was at the end of the aisle, creeping again. He still had nothing in his hands. This man had been creeping around the store for almost an hour. He then finally approached me, as I was dreading he would. I tried to look away until he started to speak. I don't remember word for word what he said, but basically, he said that he's been checking me out, and he couldn't resist coming up to me, telling me how beautiful I am. I responded as politely as I could. I did a fake little laugh and said no thank you, that's very sweet. He didn't stop there, though. He asked a bunch of personal questions, like where I'm from. I gave fake answers to everything. This guy absolutely reeked, and his breath was awful. I was genuinely repulsed. He asked for my number, and I said I'm seeing someone. He said there's nothing wrong with us just being friends. To get him to leave me alone, I gave him a fake number. I then told him I really can't be talking to anyone while I'm working. He made some creepy comment before walking away, thinking he was all swag, that he got my number. When in reality, he was genuinely creepy, and I gave him a fake number. I thought that would be the end of it. Hours went by, and time felt like it was going in reverse. I wanted to go home. Then the only other stock worker on the job at that hour suddenly walkie-talkied to me, saying there's some creepy-looking guy asking for me. I said, oh no, and then told her to tell him I left. I then basically made a beeline for the employee lounge, where I planned on hiding for a while. I made it to the lounge and then sat in one of the seats. Then the double doors opened, and in came that guy. He looked at me, and he looked angry. He yelled, "You gave me a fake number." I think I swallowed my gum out of fear. I said, "You can't be back here, sir." He then took off his backpack and plopped it on the table next to mine. He started unzipping it as he looked at me. That's when it was time for me to go. I got up and ran past him without thinking. He tried to grab my arm, but he failed as I ran through the store. I looked back and saw he was running after me. I ran to the front of the store and outside to my car. It was the only thing I could think to do in the moment. Alternatively, I could have tried finding the male warehouse workers in the back or even the manager, but that was no guarantee. I got to my car and saw the man leave the Walmart, looking for me. He was slow. He must have been on something. He saw my car, but it was too late. I was already driving away. I called the night manager and let him know what just went down and that I'm not comfortable staying there tonight. I also warned him of the man with a backpack full of unknown contents. My manager told me I can't leave the place short-staffed. He said he'd call the police to make sure the man doesn't come back, and he told me I need to come back. I was adamant about not returning that night, though. He eventually got the message and said he'd review the camera footage, but that I need to come back tomorrow night. And I did. He allegedly notified the police the next day of the man and gave the police department the surveillance footage. I met a lot of characters working that job, but this guy was by far the scariest. I don't know what he was reaching for in his backpack. I don't want to either. My name is Arthur. I've been a trucker for various companies for the better part of 15 years now. Things have become pretty routine at this point. Pick up the goods and materials, verify them for accuracy, and deliver them as instructed. We're not paid by the hour, so efficiency is the most important thing in this line of work. For someone like me who's been doing this forever, I like to think I can outwork all these young guns that are snapping these jobs up. This isn't always great, though. Usually, I push myself to the absolute limit when it comes to functioning on barely any sleep. 4 years ago, I was working for a warehouse based in North Dakota. For anyone who doesn't know, North Dakota is one of the flattest states, which makes trucking a little easier. This also meant that skipping out on a few hours of sleep could mean the difference between employment and getting the sack. It was a chilly Tuesday morning in May. The beginning of the week meant that more loads needed to be shipped, which meant more work for me. I wanted to knock it all out in one shot, so I traced my route into Montana accordingly, planning on not stopping even once to sleep. I hit the road a few hours after lunch, expecting to reach my destination very early the next morning. I pushed the semi as much as possible, doing maybe a couple over the speed limit. It was getting late, and I remember rubbing the crust from my eyelids as the clock ticked past midnight. I was having trouble keeping my eyes open, but I only had about an hour left in this drive, so I gritted my teeth and kept going. My buddy Tristan, who was also a trucker, introduced me to smelling salts when I first started out. If you don't know, smelling salts are basically some kind of crystals in a little bottle. One sniff and you're wide awake. You had to be careful, though. Too many back-to-back uses could be dangerous, or at least that's what Tristan told me. They burn your nose a little bit, but whenever I needed a boost, I'd reach for the smelling salts first. This was one of those times. I took a big whiff and shot my head back, my reflexes taking over. I felt the adrenaline course through my body and hoped the feeling would last the rest of the drive. A half hour shot by, and I was really struggling. I felt myself start to doze off, and the blare of my truck drifting into the shoulder jolted me awake. This was getting dangerous, I thought. I had to pull off. I was all alone on the highway, but there was nowhere to pull off. There were just woods on either side of me. I slowed the truck down, searching desperately for somewhere to pull over. At this low speed, my headlights pierced through the darkness, and I was able to see a lot more. As I looked around, I saw something that confused me. There was a purple dress lying in the middle of the road. What the hell, I thought, rubbing my eyes. Was I hallucinating? I blinked like 6 times just to make sure I wasn't going crazy. It was real. I approached the dress with my truck and stared at it as I rolled by. In hindsight, this should have been more of a red flag, but I think I was just too exhausted to process what was going on. About 200 or so yards away, I passed a pair of shoes. Now I was starting to freak out. What the hell was going on? I passed the shoes, praying to God there would be a place to pull off soon. My old man Finn was a super religious guy, so I clutched his old cross and hoped he would come through for me. A little further up the road, I saw a bunch more random clothing, some of which looked like little kids' clothing. This time, I stopped the truck. The panic started to set in. Something was very, very wrong. I sat in the driver's seat with the truck at a standstill. I was expecting something to happen, but it never did. So I did what my instincts told me to do. I stepped out of the truck and went to inspect the clothing. I still remember the feeling of the chilly morning air piercing my skin, which definitely helped my exhaustion. I approached the pile as cautiously as I could. It was indeed kids' clothing. It looked like there were both boy and girl pieces of clothing in the pile. I looked around into the woods, but I couldn't see much of anything in the darkness. I had my head on a swivel, worried that this was some kind of trap. I decided it was not my business to figure out what was going on, so I made my way back to my truck. Just then, I heard a crunch from the left. I whipped around, trying to see what was there. I stood there, waiting to hear another sound. After about 30 seconds, there was another crunch, but this time from the opposite side of the road. My survival instincts kicked in, and I sprinted towards the truck. I jumped into the front seat, but just before I slammed the door, I heard a child's scream ring out. I froze, my heart bursting out of my chest. I was caught at a crossroads. I wasn't going to fight some random people in pitch-black woods, but I couldn't just abandon some helpless kids either. Before I could make a decision, another almost identical child's scream rang out. Without thinking, I turned the truck on and pointed its nose toward the spot in the woods where I heard the noise. My headlights lit up about 30 yards into the woods. There were 3 or 4 people, one of whom was holding a massive speaker. They ducked behind a couple of trees as my truck lit them up, but I had exposed them for just enough time to make out what they were doing. They hid from the light before I could really make out any distinctive features, but I swear on my old man Finn's grave, they were holding up a speaker, trying to lure me into the woods with a fake kid screaming. I was just in shock. I just sat there staring at the trees those people had just hidden behind. I reached for my phone to call the police, but before I finished dialing, I heard a thump from the body of the truck. Someone had thrown something from the other direction. I was done. I turned back to face the road and slammed on the gas. As I sped off, I could make out a person on the other side of the road. He shouted something I couldn't understand before launching something at the truck that cracked the glass of my passenger side window. I drove the final hour in silence. I was too scared to process what had just happened, but there was no way in hell I was stopping to sleep in those woods. I completed my delivery and then knocked out. I must have slept for 10 hours straight. When I woke up, the first thing I did was call the police, who told me they'd investigate those woods and give me any updates. I then thought about. Throughout my life, I would go through phases of different hobbies. I'd pick something that interests me, obsess over it for a year or so, and then find something new to keep myself entertained. During the summer of 2022, I was big into fishing. About an hour's drive away is a shore house my family has owned for decades that's on the water with a lagoon and a small Boston whaler. My friends and I would take frequent trips there to fish and just chill. It was the following October, after summer, when my two friends, Asher and Victor, decided to hit the shore house for a weekend to try to catch some striper, as they're abundant during the fall months. Asher was an avid fisherman, which was a big reason why I got into the whole fishing craze in the first place. Unfortunately, during this time, our boat was out of the water due to maintenance, so we'd have to fish off the beach and piers. This was no problem, though, as Asher had all the necessary rods and gear to do so. We got together on a Friday afternoon and I drove us all down. When we got there, we fished during the day off of different piers along the inlet. Night rolled by, and only one of us had caught a fish, which was Asher, of course. It was just a small bass though, nothing too exciting. Bummed about our luck, we decided to stay up late to fish off the beach during the night. Asher said he knew a good beach spot about 20 minutes away, which took us down a desolate road with woods on both sides. It opened up into a small gravel parking area, or at least what seemed like one. Asher said since we'd have to walk a little ways to the spot, we should take everything we need now so we wouldn't have to go back to the car to get anything. We planned on staying up to catch the sunrise, so we packed accordingly. We walked about 5 minutes down this path, which opened up into a massive beach. We set up camp, which consisted of beach chairs, a speaker, and 2 coolers, one filled with ice for fish and one filled with snacks, water, and beers. Asher brought these massive fishing rods that were ideal for beach fishing and also rod holders that you would hammer into the sand. He also had these little bells that connect to the tip of the rod to notify you of any movement. We all cast our rods, cracked a couple of beers, and played the waiting game. Within 2 hours, each of us had caught decent-sized fish, which definitely lightened our spirits. We were having a great time, music blasting, knowing that no one was around on this deserted beach. Mid-conversation, Victor stopped talking, lowered the music, and jolted his head to the left. He asked if we heard that, to which we replied, "Heard what?" It looked like he was concentrating on something for a second and then said, "I heard someone yell something." We obviously thought he was hearing things or just joking with us, but he insisted he heard someone yell out something that sounded like a "yo" or a "hey." Either way, it seemed unlikely given that we were on some hidden beach at like 1 a.m., so he quickly forgot about it and our conversation resumed. It definitely made us more aware, though. A couple of minutes later, right after I cast in a fresh hook, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. There was something on the beach in the distance, but I couldn't see what exactly. The others noticed it too. As it got closer, we realized what it was, a person walking towards us. We grew silent and turned off the music. He came up to us. It was a middle-aged white man, maybe 40 or 50. He was wearing a dark blue jacket with a hat and hood up. The way he walked up to us was really sketchy, and he had this intimidating look on his face. We said, "What's up?" kind of awkwardly. He just eyed us down for like 10 seconds and then said in a low voice, "What are you boys up to?" It was pretty apparent what we were up to. Asher said, "We're fishing," and he let out some grunt of acknowledgement and nodded his head. He didn't say a word after that and just stood there, looking at us, then at the rods, and then at the water. We shot each other looks, thinking he was going to try and rob us. There was no way he could have taken on the 3 of us, though. The bell on one of our rods broke the silence, notifying us that we had potentially hooked a fish. I said, "We got one," kind of directed at everyone, but mostly at that weird guy in hopes that I would get some response out of him like a normal person. I walked over to the rods and reeled in a small striper. When I went back to unhook the fish, that man had turned around and left. We watched as his dark silhouette faded away into the night. We made sure that we had all of our belongings, then sat and just talked about how odd that encounter was. He left without harming us, though, so we concluded that he was just some weird man who was now, thankfully, out of our business. We kept the music off just to be cautious and cracked a few more beers as our conversation transitioned to different topics. At one point, while staring into the horizon, I thought I heard something in the distance. It took me a second to realize what it was, but when I did, my heart dropped. It was a car alarm. I knew it was mine. It was the only car in that lot, and there were no houses out there for probably miles. We started panicking and decided to run back to the car, leaving all of our stuff behind. It took us a couple of minutes to get there, and when we did, I was completely distraught. My tires had been slashed, and my driver's side window had been shattered. I got on my phone with the police immediately and told them my location and situation. The operator asked if I knew who may have done it, and we said some sketchy guy came up to us as we were fishing. She asked if I knew where he went, and I said no. Just as I said this, we heard rustling in the woods around us. My heart rose into my throat. I felt trapped. We frantically ran like 200 yards down the road and hid in the trees. I told the operator this, and she said to stay hidden and keep quiet. Within 10 minutes, we saw 2 cop cars speed up with their lights on. We ran back to the car and saw 3 officers searching the area. Multiple things had been stolen, including my wallet, some cash that was in the glove box, and the remainder of Asher's fishing gear. They found a large knife lying on the ground nearby, which they took for fingerprints and evidence. I told them the whole story, with my adrenaline still pumping. They said we were smart to run away and hide, as it's very likely this man meant us harm. Those words made me appreciate my life so much more. The officers made us feel safe and were nice enough to help us pack up the equipment and carry it back. They took down our information and gave us a ride back to the house. We stayed up all night reflecting on what had just happened. That morning, Victor got us a ride up north, and I picked up my car from the shop a few days later. To this day, this is by far the most frightening experience I've ever had. What was supposed to be a normal fishing trip became a terrifying ordeal that cost me hundreds of dollars worth of damages. I never got a call back from the police, meaning that guy is probably still out there. Needless to say, I gave up fishing as a hobby and haven't touched it since. My first big skiing trip ever was with my friends Audrey, Edith, and Louisa, and we all flew to Colorado. We rented an Airbnb in the town of Snowmass, right by Aspen Mountain Ski Resort. I had only been snowboarding one other time in my life at this point, and that consisted of riding down the bunny hill over and over. I was pretty bad. The first thing we did from the airport was Uber straight to the Airbnb. It was a spacious 4-bedroom house with a huge deck and a hot tub overlooking the Colorado countryside. Since it was nighttime already by the time we got there, we went out to some local bar on the first night, which was a Thursday. The next day, we went straight to the mountain via Uber. We got our rental equipment at the mountain to make things easier. It actually wasn't super crowded on the first day, probably because it was a work day. The next day, it got a lot more crowded. For some reason, I just couldn't really get the hang of it. I couldn't make it down a slope without falling at least a few times. At a certain point, I was so fed up that I just sat on the side of a slope to catch my breath and take a break. Meanwhile, a bunch of people zoomed past me, even little kids that made it look easy. Then came this man who seemed like he didn't really know what he was doing either. He came up to me and asked if I was okay and started trying to make conversation with me. It was the weirdest spot to make conversation, so after a few seconds of answering his questions, I got up and said, "Nice talking to you," and resumed trying to snowboard down the mountain. This mountain was a blue run, meaning it was a longer slope to get down and slightly more difficult than a green. I stopped again a little further down the mountain to take another break. I really wasn't having fun. To my dismay, I saw that guy from before approaching me again. He was inching closer to me with the same struggle I had been dealing with. He stopped right next to me, unstrapped from his snowboard, then sat a few feet from me. He started talking to me about how he's not used to so many pretty girls like me being here. This was super weird because I had on a ski mask and helmet. My face was practically covered. He asked who I was here with. I lied and said my boyfriend. He laughed and said he saw me come here with all girls. I looked at him and said, "Ew," really loud, and then got back on my snowboard and continued down the mountain. It's weird, but I snowboarded better than I ever had in that moment, perhaps because I had the proper motivation to just get down the mountain. When I got to the bottom, I immediately went to the lodge and sat at one of the tables, calling each of my friends. Edith was the first one to pick up. I explained what just happened and asked her to just come sit with me. A few minutes later, I saw her walking over to me. I had already texted our group chat, saying we should leave. It was already around 3 o'clock anyway, we'd been there a few hours. When Audrey and Louisa finished whatever run they were on, they met us back at the lodge. We returned our rental gear and then Ubered back to the Airbnb. We all showered and changed, then headed out to the village for dinner. We then went out to a few of the local bars afterward and got decently drunk. When we came back to the Airbnb, we all four went into the hot tub on the deck and drank more alcohol. After a while, we all eventually went to our rooms to go to sleep. I'm basically an insomniac, and I stayed up on my phone for over an hour, scrolling on Instagram. Even as I was still buzzed, I wasn't tired, and this was a very, very good thing that may have saved us. I heard footsteps out in the common area, either the living room or the kitchen. The Airbnb had wood floors throughout. Initially, I thought it was one of the girls going to the bathroom or getting water, but then I heard the doorknob to my door twisting. I sat up and was about to say one of their names, but I stopped myself because why would one of them be trying to come into my room? I instantly went to the group chat to text everyone and ask who that was. Nobody answered, they must have been asleep. I tiptoed to the door and put my ear up against it. I heard footsteps moving around. When it went quiet, I ever so quietly unlocked the door and twisted the doorknob. I pushed the door open as gently as I could and peeked into the living room. I looked from corner to corner until I saw a tall black silhouette walking from one door to the other. It was a man for sure. He was trying to get into one of our rooms. I wanted to scream out to my friends to warn them, but I stayed silent because I was too scared. I closed my door quietly and locked it. I prayed to God everyone had their doors locked. 4 girls in one Airbnb, though, of course, we did. I called 911 quietly and whispered the entire time into the phone. That's when I heard the light knocks on my bedroom door. I turned to the door and watched as the doorknob started to turn, but he couldn't open it. I kept saying, "Please hurry," into the phone. All the woman on the line kept saying back was, "They're almost here," and to remain quiet. It was entirely possible that the man on the other side of the door heard me whispering because he started pushing into the door. I heard shoves and bangs on the door, and I just couldn't help it anymore. I screamed, "Get out of here," followed by, "I'm on the phone with 911 right now." The banging stopped, and a voice on the other side said, "Okay, sweetheart," and then I heard his footsteps walking away. The 911 operator instructed me to stay in the room until police should arrive. I peeked outside the window, but it was simply too dark to see anything beyond a few feet in front of the window. My friends were awake now from my screams. I told them all to stay in their rooms. Police finally got there about 5 to 10 minutes later, and they came right into the Airbnb since the door was unlocked. Once it was confirmed the intruder was gone, we ensured every entry point was locked and secured, and then they left. Sleeping after that was difficult, of course. The idea came up that it was that creepy man from the mountain who was following me, and I do believe that's a possibility. The voice could have been a match, honestly. After working out a partial refund with the Airbnb host, we spent Sunday traveling the area instead of snowboarding again, and we stayed at a small motel Sunday night. We flew home Monday morning. There's a nice hidden lake a short walk away from my house in Parson Field, Maine. I've been going fishing there for as long as I've lived here. It's hidden away from any roads or houses, it has perfect privacy, and I would always be the only one out on the lake fishing. In fact, I would leave my kayak in the same spot by the lake whenever I wasn't using it. It was easier than lugging the thing back and forth through my house to the lake anytime I wanted to use it. I would leave it leaning up against this huge tree every time. The kayak is heavy enough to not fall over from a windstorm or anything. I also leave it covered to prevent critters from taking refuge inside. It was a warm summer's evening. I was out on the lake already for about an hour and I'd caught a few trout already, which I'd thrown into the cooler. It was dusk at this point, the little bit of light left in the sky was disappearing behind the trees. I was going to bring it in soon, and just then, I heard sounds from the edge of the lake. I turned and saw someone standing at the edge of the water, tipping a barrel of some kind over, pouring its contents into the lake. It looked to me like they were polluting the lake with something. I took it upon myself to yell out, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" The person looked up at me and then ran into the woods with the contents of the barrel still pouring into the water. I looked more closely at the liquid being poured out into the lake, and it looked like a dark red liquid, though it was dark out, so I can't say with 100% certainty if it was red, but it was very dark. I felt a sense of unease creep up throughout my body. I decided I wanted to leave. I'm a big nature guy though, and seeing people littering or polluting the environment makes me sick. I genuinely couldn't resist shouting something out to that person, but I didn't feel comfortable here any longer. I planned on reporting this to the Department of Environmental Protection. I paddled the kayak back to my usual spot. I took all of my gear off the kayak before pulling it out of the water. As I was putting the cover over the kayak, I heard one single snap of something not far away, like the crunch of something under a person's shoe. I turned and was about to say, "Who's there?" but I decided against it. I finished covering the kayak quicker than I ever had before. I didn't even bother standing it up to lean on the tree this time, I left it on the ground. I picked up my gear and cooler and started quickly walking out of the woods and out to the road which led to my house. It was only a couple minutes of a walk and I was back home. I kept looking over my shoulder the entire time, thinking someone was behind me. I put my gear in the shed real quick, then went inside. I never locked the doors so quickly. I was genuinely spooked. I rinsed off the trout and put them in the fridge, planning on cooking them tomorrow. Tonight, I just heated up some leftovers. As the food was in the microwave, there was a knock at my front door. The fear and dread that I was feeling the entire walk back to the house returned in an instant, and my suspicion that I was being followed home was basically confirmed. I mean, who else would be knocking on my door this late? My lights were on, my car was in the driveway, whoever it was knew I was in here. I had all the shades closed though, so nobody could look inside. They knocked on the door again. The microwave beeped as the timer hit 0. I'm sure whoever was outside heard it. All the windows were cracked open, and a moment later, there was a knock now on the window, and a man's voice said through the window, "Excuse me, I think you saw me at the lake earlier." I'd just like to explain myself. There was absolutely no chance I was opening the door to this person. For them to stalk me to my house told me this was a dangerous person. They repeatedly knocked on the window and kept yelling, "Hello," through it. I decided to acknowledge him now that he was getting more aggressive. I yelled, "Yo, leave or I'll call the police." I intended to either way, but it was still a threat to get him to leave. The man responded calmly now, saying, "Sir, if you could just open the front door, I'll explain everything to you." I repeated my threat, and I didn't hear his voice again. At this point, I shut and locked every window in the house and turned on the AC. I also made a report to the non-emergency police number, detailing both the barrel being dumped into the lake and the man coming to my house. I also made an online report with the Department of Environmental Protection. Making these 2 reports honestly made me feel a little better about going to sleep that night. But thank God I'm a light sleeper. In the middle of the night, around 2 a.m., I heard a crash from downstairs. I immediately sprang out of my bed and grabbed my Glock from the closet. I heard someone's attempt at quiet footsteps coming up the creaky wooden steps. I had my Glock loaded in hand as I stood behind my dresser right by my closet, aiming at the door. I heard very slow creeping towards my door. My bedroom door is closest to the stairs, so it was naturally the first door that they would approach. And sure enough, I heard the doorknob slowly press down and then the door pushed open. I saw nothing but the man's silhouette enter the room. I flicked on the lamp next to me so he could see my gun, and I screamed, "Get on the ground now." He raised his hands in the air and seemed for a second to be motioning for me to calm down. He had a small blade in his hand. I told him to drop it, but then he said calmly, "I'm leaving," and he turned and ran for downstairs. I yelled at him to stop, but he clearly took the chance on me being too afraid to pull the trigger. I heard him leave through the front door. I ran downstairs to lock the front door right away and then called 911. My living room window was shattered, glass was all over the floor. I kept my sight on that broken window until the police officer showed up. I had to explain that I already made a non-emergency report of what happened earlier, in fear of waiting too long by morning for the barrel to be gone in the darkness. I went with 2 of the officers who showed up to my house to where I saw that man dumping the barrel into the lake, but after 20 minutes of walking around looking for it, it was gone. The man must have made sure not to leave it behind. I gave my best description of the man to the police for their report. The man was a short, bearded white man with a receding hairline and glasses, wearing a black flannel shirt and black pants. After the police left, I stayed in the living room all night with my gun next to me, watching TV. No way in hell was I going to sleep with a broken window and some nut job out there. At dawn, my brothers came over to help me fix the window. My brother Azaria stayed at the house while my other brother and I went to Home Depot to get the window and parts. Azaria stayed at the house with me for a few nights till things cooled down. My not-so-wild theory is that the barrel contained human remains, possibly dissolved in some kind of acid. Why else would that man follow me home and then break into my house to potentially murder me? Trust your gut if something feels wrong. I knew if I opened my door to that man, something terrible might have happened to me. It was senior year, and I had just recently started dating my fiancé, Leon. We were approaching the end of the school year, and so prom was coming up. I didn't really know if I wanted to go because I had just finally changed all of my contact info, and my family moved to a new house because of my old stalker ex, Kathy, who's 4 years older than me. I was 18, and he was 22. We met when I was going through a rough time in my life, long story, but he turned out to be a psychotic individual. He got kicked out of the army and started doing hard drugs like heroin. I distanced myself from him as much as I could, but he was relentless. He attempted to break into my family's home at least 3 times, and I had to get a restraining order against him. My family was worried for me and for all of us, so we had to move to another house. The reason I was hesitant about going to prom was because I knew my ex Kathy knew about it. We used to talk about going to prom together. Ever since our move, my friends would drive me home and make sure we weren't followed. I really lived in fear. I was scared Kathy would show up at the prom venue and try to find me. Leon has always been very understanding and supportive, and he assured me he wouldn't tell me to go to prom if he didn't think it would be safe. He made me feel comfortable with it. We and our friends went in a limousine together to the venue, which was a fancy catering hall about 30 minutes away. We all sat at our table, had food, and just hung out for a while. Some people went to dance, Leon and I included for a while. I couldn't help but be paranoid that Kathy was in the building somehow. One of Leon's friends handed me a little shot bottle of vodka and told me it would calm my nerves. I drank it in the bathroom and almost threw up, but within half an hour, it really did take the edge off. A few hours later, our group wanted to leave for what's called the after prom, where you basically start drinking and continuing the party elsewhere with your friends. As we walked outside of the venue to our respective rides, I saw one car parked in front of the venue that didn't have its lights on. I didn't know what Kathy drove at that point or if he drove, but I saw someone sitting in it. They had a baseball hat on and were looking down, so I couldn't see their face. I pointed it out to Leon. He told me to relax, there's no way it's him. We got in our friend's car, who was picking us up, and we drove to our friend Melissa's house, who was having a little after party. The whole ride, I kept looking behind us to see if we were being followed, but I couldn't tell because there were so many cars on the road. I remember Leon whispering to me, "Relax, everything's fine," and he held my hand, which helped calm me down so much. We arrived at Melissa's house, and there were already people there. At the peak of the night, I'd say there were 20 people there, and everyone was drinking. Eventually, Leon and I wanted to go home, so Leon called his sister to come pick us up, and when she got there, we went straight out to her car. I looked around the street for any sketchy-looking cars, but didn't see anything, and at this point, I officially convinced myself I was just being paranoid. Leon's sister drove us back to their house, where I would be sleeping over. It was just his mom and his sister home. His dad is a retired cop, but he was still working at the time and was working a late shift that night. His mom was already asleep. It was very late, and Leon and I just went downstairs to his room to crawl into bed. The whole den floor of the house was his floor. It had a mini kitchen, bedroom, and living room. His floor was level with the backyard, and so it had a back door. It was a warm night, so some of the windows were cracked open. We were watching a funny movie, and that was when we heard a bang on the glass door that led to the backyard. The sliding curtain was covering the doors, so we couldn't see who or what did it. I shrieked, and Leon jumped up to open the curtain. No one was on the other side, but there was a post-it note slapped on the door with the word on it, "You found me." He had followed me from the prom to Melissa's house to here. And he probably heard me laughing and knew I was down here. My paranoia was right all along. We went upstairs to Leon's mom's room and woke her up and called Leon's dad and the police. Waiting for Leon's dad and the rest of the police to arrive felt like an actual eternity. When the doorbell finally rang, followed by loud knocks, Leon and his mom went to go answer the door. It was the police. I had to explain the whole story about my ex, the restraining order, and now being followed by him here. They asked if there were any cameras on the property, to which Leon's mom said no. Then they asked me if I had any texts from him or if perhaps I knew where he lived. I told them I didn't have his number anymore, and I had no idea where he lived anymore either. Leon's dad finally arrived on the scene. I took the post-it note from the door home with me to try and compare it to other handwriting from Kathy, and it definitely matched. Leon's dad gave me a ride to my house in his police car so we could be sure I wouldn't be followed. During the ride home, I called our home phone, and my dad picked up. I cried to him into the phone hysterically. After arriving home, my parents were waiting in the front for me. Leon's dad assured my parents we weren't followed. During this period, Leon and I couldn't go to each other's houses. Leon's parents had security cameras installed the same week, and this next part is truly unbelievable. One of the side cameras on their property picked up motion, which alerted Leon's dad's phone. He grabbed his gun and ran outside to the smell of gasoline. He followed the smell until he heard the sound of liquid being poured out of a can, and there he saw Kathy pouring out gasoline on the sides of their house. With his gun drawn, Leon's dad yelled at him to drop the can and put his hands up. That was the moment Kathy was no longer going to be a threat to my or my loved ones' lives. I call it the sweetest justice that my future fiancé's cop dad was the one to arrest my psychotic ex-boyfriend, who ruined so many years of my life and had me living in worry. He was sentenced to over 30 years for his crimes, the worst of which, of course, was attempted arson on a police officer's house.